Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Shortly before the break, Mr. Makubo, we were looking at a payment of 799,000 rands that went into Mololwane the day before a payment of 500,000 from regiments. The day before a payment of 500,000 went out of Mololwane into your personal account. And your answer to me was that you would have moved it into the call account to get more interest, that you treated the call account in your personal name as a place where you could house Mololwane funds for getting better interest. Is that a fair answer, a fair summary of your answer?
Chair, generally that would happen. As I say that you need more interest, but specifically on this one, I'll have to check which account it went to specifically. However, if I can indulge yourself, Chair, that even before we closed, the Chair tried, the Council tried to misread the statement that 799 came as regiments was owing Mololwane 100,000. The statement does not say that, the way I read it.
That's not what I said at all. I said after the 799,000 came, what was left owing was 100,000.
Yes, so I want to categorically state that all the monies that flew from regiment's capital to Mololwane Consulting were in relation to contract that was signed in 2006. No other contract that we are part of, we're not part to contract number 2. And that even that same contract, Chair, would have been through the processes that we described earlier. And the award is not made by Council, the award is made by the EAC, subject to Section 33 that if the Commission can hear it on the record what Section 33 requires of Council to do. I think it will be quite important that no monetary benefit, and I had no opportunity to influence because the EAC and probity and all that, and those documents are all there if the Commission would have wanted them. I mean, the same way the EAC report here says they went through probity. So I thought it is quite important that we clarify that everything else was in relation to contract number 1, and we had no opportunity to influence contract number 2.
Well, you did have an opportunity to stop contract number 2. In your capacity as on the mayoral committee and on the council.
Chair, I say if you can read what Section 33 wants Council and councillors to do, and then maybe then I'd say I'd had no opportunity to say don't award to regiments, because regiments, awards of contracts are the purview of the city manager, who is the accounting officer, and they are done subject to bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, executive adjudication committee, probity, and then of course the award by the city manager.
I don't think we need to debate the terms of Section 33 with you. You've given us your view on Section 33. What Section 33 actually requires is a legal issue which we can address later. But what
do we have it at hand?
I do have it at hand, Chair. Would you like me to read it into the record?
Yes, maybe you could just read it, yeah.
It says the following, Chair. A municipality may enter into a contract which will impose financial obligations on the municipality beyond a financial year. But if a contract will impose financial obligations on the municipality beyond the 3 years covered in the annual budget for that financial year, it may do so only if, and A, the municipal manager has at least 60 days before the meeting of the municipal council at which the contract is to be approved, in accordance with Section 21A of the Municipal Systems Act, made public the draft contract and an information statement summarizing the municipality's obligations in terms of the proposed contract. BB, invited the local community and other interested persons to submit to the municipality comments or representations in respect of this proposed contract. 2, has solicited the views and recommendations of AA, the National Treasury, and the relevant provincial treasury, BB, the national department responsible for local government, and CC if the contract involves, well, CC is not applicable. B is crucial. The municipality is taken into account the municipality's projected financial obligations in terms of the proposed contract for each financial year covered by the contract. 2, the impact of those financial obligations on the municipality's future municipal tariffs and revenues. 3, any comments or representations on the proposed contract received from the local community and other interested persons. And 4, any written views and recommendations on the proposed contract by the National Treasury, the relevant provincial treasury, the national department responsible for local government, and any national department referred to in paragraph AA. And then C is the provision that vests the power in the council. C says the municipal council has adopted a resolution in which, 1, it determines that the municipality will secure a significant capital investment or will derive a significant financial, economic, or financial benefit from the contract. 2, it approves the entire contract exactly as it is to be executed. And 3, it authorizes the municipal manager to sign the contract on behalf of the municipality. So the power to conclude or not to conclude these contracts is quite clearly controlled by the council of the municipality.
Thank you. Well, maybe in fairness to Mr. Makubo, maybe you could put that last proposition and hear what he has to say. What do you say, Mr. Makubo, to the proposition?
No, I was responding to...
Hang on, let me finish first. What do you say to Mr. Chaskowson's proposition that when he reads Section 33, it seems that the final decision whether such a contract should be concluded or not seems to lie with the council?
Yes, we say council approves.
Yes.
But exactly why we have to do Section 33, Section 33(1). Yes, I agree that the council approves.
Yes.
But what I was contending, there was the earlier discussion that we have the power to say no to regiments or to whoever is awarded, or to the bank or to the financier. So we don't award. By the time the contract comes to council, the award is already made. What we are approving is a contract. That's how I understand it. That's how I understood it. That's how it's been operating.
Well, Mr. Chaskowson, I'll leave it to you.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, as a matter of law, Mr. Makubo's understanding is incorrect. I can put that very firmly, but I don't want to debate law with Mr. Makubo.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Makubo, earlier I took you to a schedule which showed that in this period from November 2011, when you were attempting to resign from Mololwane, through to January 2020, aggregate amounts of 7 million, or a bit over 7 million, were paid from Mololwane into your personal account. And you'll recall you were not able to dispute that. Would you accept?
No verify, sir. Sorry, no verify. I said I had not verified, but I had no reason to dispute. So
you'll come back in due course to deal with the EOH side of the evidence. In between now and then, if you have any dispute over that amount, you'll have the opportunity to raise it. But will you accept that over the same period, the primary source of revenue into the Mololwane account was the regiment's contract?
I'll have to check that. Maybe it was a larger one, if you say primary means that.
Was there any other source of revenue into Mololwane bigger than regiments?
Neither that I can recall. As I say, I did not check the books.
Well, we actually went and looked at the numbers, and we saw that in this period, the income from Mololwane to regiments at page 985 aggregated, let me just get the exact figure. Well, that figure of 35 million goes back to 2006. Let me see if we have a figure.
Where are you looking now, Mr. Chairperson? 985
985, Chair,
of bundle 2.
of Bundle 2, indeed.
Okay.
We don't have a figure for the period after 2011, but I can say with considerable confidence that it's more than 7 million rands, and I can also put to you that there was no remotely comparable source of revenue into Moralwani apart from regiments. If you want to dispute that once you've looked at your bank statements in more detail, you'll have the opportunity to do that when you come back. I want to take you now to an interview you gave to Power FM shortly before you became executive mayor. And can we go to page 941 of the bundle? Do you recall giving an interview to Power FM shortly before you, I think it's 3 December 2019?
I give many interviews, I might have. I talked to Josie FM, to Teta FM, I give many interviews.
This was shortly before you were appointed executive mayor. Can I take you to line 12 on page 941? Presenter says, I'm sorry to push you, it's just that we're out of time, so I'm just trying to put, just encapsulate basically what it is that you're saying that is not true. That I resigned in 2019, I actually resigned on such and such a date. Your answer is, yeah, I resigned. The final resignation was around 2013-14. Was that correct?
I can't remember if I said that, but if you say these are transcripts, I'm not sure. But this is not correct. This is not correct.
So it's not correct. So what you told Power FM shortly before you were made executive mayor is not correct.
Chair, I'm reading this. I'm not even sure if I said this to Power FM.
Yes. Well, if you want to hear the transcript, we can give it to your attorneys. You can come back. Assume for present purposes this is an accurate transcript. If it's an accurate transcript, is what you said there correct or incorrect?
Well, I mean, it's quite clear that the dates are not correct.
The dates are not correct. Why would you have told Power FM incorrect dates?
I'm sorry. It's important to make it clear in terms of what's correct and what's not correct when you mean what is written here is not what you said, or when you say you accept that what is written here is what you said, but what you said then was not correct. So which I just want to make sure we are all on the same page. When you say it's not correct, which one is it?
Thank you, Chair. I say that if it's indeed what I said,
Yes.
if what's written here is indeed what I said, it's not correct.
Okay.
I must have been mistaken here.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chaskalson?
You must have been mistaken. Can we go a little bit lower down onto page... Well, let's continue. The presenter then says, all right, so at the time you were already MMC, at the time you resigned. You say, yes, yes. The presenter says, which means you continue to derive benefit from a company doing business with the city. Your answer over the page on 942 was, I did not derive benefit. In fact, if any fees came, because if fees came, they went into staff and all that. I did not derive any benefit from that time. I, Jeff Makubo, did not. If that is what you said, would that have been true or false?
No, that would not be true. But what's true here is that I did not get undue benefit.
Sorry, what's true here?
Is that I did not get undue benefit from this contract.
Yeah, but that's not what you said.
So I'm just saying if that's what I said, but that's what I meant effectively. And I don't know the thing had to continue. If it had to continue, this says end of podcast. I wonder what the issues are. But I meant undue benefit here.
You meant undue benefit.
If this is what I said.
I did not derive any benefit from that time. I, Jeff Makubo, did not. I, Jeff Makubo, did not. How would that be reconcilable with the notion that you did get a benefit, but it was not an undue benefit?
Chair, I have no idea, but I'm saying I meant here undue benefit. I wasn't sure whether what this interview has got to do with this, but undue benefit it meant interviewing the radio.
From what you are saying, it seems to me that your approach is that if you received benefits, there was nothing wrong with that as long as it was not undue benefit. Is that right?
That's it. And if, as I say, Chair, if that's the temperature at that time, especially from the case, the issues that Mr.
The
Charles-
evidence leader is raising. The evidence leader is
The evidence
raising.
leader is, I was trying to think, the evidence leader
Oh, yeah.
started with, he started with Amapungani and my response to Amapungani. And everything, the thread has always been what was said in the newspaper and the allegations made by Amapungani, which is, so that's really what the response was here.
But you see, in the transcript, as I read it, I don't know if there is something I haven't picked up. There is no reference to undue benefit, there is a reference to benefit. But
Correct.
what you have in your response emphasized is that you meant to say you didn't receive any undue benefit.
That's correct.
And I'm saying that seems to suggest to me that you don't think there would have been any problem with receiving a benefit as long as it was not an undue benefit. So that's why I'm seeking to try and establish whether that's the distinction you want to make, or you don't seek to make any distinction. You're just saying you meant you did not receive any undue benefit. Of course, the next question will be, did you receive benefit that you regarded as due?
That's the distinction I wanted to make.
Oh, that's the distinction you
Yes.
wanted to make.
Yes.
And the importance of the distinction? What is the importance of the distinction?
Well, it's very clear that we had a running contract and there were benefits. That's why I'm saying they're not undue. They are
Yes,
they're deserved.
yes. Mr. Chaskalson?
Can I then go back to your first statement to Amabungani at page 947? And if you go to the second last paragraph, third last paragraph, there was never a conflict of interest, as the term of the Mololwane agreement with regiments on the first sinking fund would have lapsed in January 2011, the year I took public office. Mololwane Consulting didn't continue providing services to regiments on the second contract, as it did not participate in the RFP. Further to this, I declared all my private business interests upon taking public office as required by law. In addition to this, I subsequently resigned as a member of Mololwane Consulting and director of all other companies in November 2011. This was in line with my decision to use my skills as a public representative. I also made a commitment to the mayor of the day and the ANC when I was appointed MMC that I'll unwind my interest and resign all my directorships. This was a statement you gave in 2018. I want to put it to you that it's materially misleading. In 2018, you were still controlling the financial affairs of Mololwane Consulting. Is that not correct?
I thought we've canvassed that I'd agreed that the resignation did not happen. And we've canvassed that, yes. So
Yes.
I did not mislead. Would I mislead?
Well, there's a difference between a technical deficiency in a resignation not being registered at CIPC and a material non-resignation. Because what you were doing in 2018 was continuing to run the financial affairs of Mololwane. Is that not correct?
I did say in the beginning of the engagement that whatever was due that I worked for, in my view, the equity would have been withdrawn, so I had not misled anyone.
Let's read that sentence
I'm sorry.
again.
Do you remember to face this side so I can
sorry,
hear
sorry,
you properly?
Chairperson.
Yeah. Yes, okay, Mr. Chaskalson.
But nobody reading this statement that you gave in response to an allegation of conflict of interests would know that you had retained your equity in Mololwane Consulting. The tenor of this statement is exactly the opposite of that.
Hence, I said when you started that it's a pity that you didn't look at the questions. 1, 2, I was answering in the best way that my advisors gave me. And 3, was that at that time you didn't even know what the allegations comes from and the flow. So this and what I was referring to earlier on are not congruent. So I don't agree with you.
Well, maybe let's take this at same page 947, the second paragraph from the end. You say, in addition to this, I subsequently resigned as a member of Mulelwane Consulting and director of all other companies in November 2011. This was in line with my decision to use my skills as a public representative, blah, 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 blah. By 2018, you would have known that the resignation had not happened, although there was a resolution, isn't it?
Correct, Chair.
You would
Which
have
is why in the beginning I qualified.
Yes.
I think the evidence leader dealt with this matter right at the beginning of the
Yes.
today, and I qualified it.
Yes.
At that point, yes.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, I can understand a situation where you had taken the steps that you believed were necessary in order to effect a resignation, like signing a resolution or signing a letter of resignation and asking somebody to send the letter off. And for some time after that, you don't know that that person did not actually send the letter off. So you think you had resigned. But by 2018, I take it that you knew that the resignation had not happened. You had signed, but it had not happened. So the question would arise how you would say in 2018 you did resign in circumstances where one expects that you know that the resignation resolution was not acted upon. You understand where my concern is?
Yes, Chair is asking about my knowledge at that time and how, when I was responding to Amapungani.
Yeah, in 2018.
That's basically what,
Yes.
what Chair is asking me.
Yes.
And Chair, I must say, when I engaged, when the questions came and I engaged with the team, what I don't deny is that the financial affairs, I was still the only signatory. But
Yes.
when I asked the team about where is the process and how is the process, and they told me when we checked that it's not done. In fact, when the journalist asked me as well when it's done, but this I said, look, it was an attempt that happened, and that's what I sent to Amapungani. And the context of that time, Chair, was such that I did not believe in the innocence of these questions from Amapungani. I thought they were loaded with lots of politics, especially that I was made aware even before the questions came about a process in the city where they were sitting together with my opponents. So at that time when these things came, Chair, the context was that for me it was muddied, but I wanted to respond.
But sitting there, you would accept, would you not, that in 2018, it wasn't correct to say you had resigned?
Well, I should have qualified it the way that it qualified now at the beginning.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, to say you had made an attempt,
Yes.
but the resignation resolution had not been acted upon.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chaskerson.
Yes, Mr. Makua. Well, I put it to you that that's a materially misleading statement, but let's look at the next paragraph. There you say, political office bearers are by law precluded from participating in procurement processes. Hence, I couldn't have been involved in overseeing the renewal of the sinking fund contract. As a matter of fact, you were involved in overseeing the renewal of the sinking fund contract. Is that not correct?
That's completely incorrect.
You say it's incorrect?
Yes.
Did you not sit on the mayoral committee that recommended to the council that it adopt the contract in terms of Section 33?
Again, I differ with you how you interpret Section 33. The award was already made. There was BSc, there was BEC, there was EAC, there was probity, there was everything else. I don't agree with you.
What did you understand your function to be on the mayoral committee? Just to rubber stamp a decision that had been taken at BEC and BAC level?
To check whether the financial obligations to the city are not onerous, and that's it. And recommend to council.
Even if you had misunderstood your obligations in that sense, I submit to you that you were overseeing the renewal to that extent.
And I'm saying that I don't agree with you. I was not overseeing, and I don't think I misunderstood my role, as we have done it all the time.
The fact that you have acted unlawfully several times in the past doesn't make it lawful when you do it again, Mr. Makubo. What is lawful and what is not is a matter of law, not a matter of your past practice. But we can move on. Do you not accept that in your role as MMC, you had a responsibility at a political level to have oversight of this sinking fund contract?
There are various contracts in the city that have got officials overseeing them. I did not think specifically this one out of many as my responsibility to oversee. The treasury of the city had to oversee this.
And if it came to your attention that regiments had been guilty of any impropriety, would you not, as the MMC under whose jurisdiction that contract resided, have a responsibility to order investigations and appropriate action?
I would probably have asked the city manager to do something, to say, we hear this news, please to look at it and do something about it, which is his responsibility to do.
I see. Can I put to you two possible cases of impropriety which might have triggered a political response? Are you aware of the 290 million Denel bond that regiments took out on behalf of the city?
I only became aware of it when it was raised in council by the former mayor after there was a potential default.
I see. So there was a potential default by Denel in repaying this. Was it 290 or 270? Do you recall?
I don't recall the figure. I mean, I just know that he made a lot of noise in the media and he came to council about it, but I don't recall the details.
Were you aware that regiments were acting on both sides of that transaction? For the city borrowing the money and for Denel lending the money to the city,
no,
placing the debt with the city? No,
I was unaware of the investment details of what the sinking fund was investing in, which paper they were buying. I thought the dealers were dealing with that.
I see. Were you aware that regiments took a 1% commission from Denel for borrowing in the name of the city the money that they placed with the city?
No, I was unaware of that.
If you had been made aware of that, what would you have done?
I think that's speculative. I don't know. I would have.
No, I'm asking a question. If you had been made aware of that, what would your political duty have been?
I would have applied my mind at that time, but if it happened now, of course, it would have been to the treasury and the city manager to investigate and take appropriate action.
Yes. But of course, you were continuing to derive a benefit in your personal capacity from the contract which regiments had abused at the expense of the city. Would that not have been a conflict of interest?
But I didn't know that saying that abuse. Chair, I was unaware. I think the evidence leader is asking me something I was unaware of, and he says, presuppose you would have done that, and then brings it back. No, I did not. I was not aware of that.
What I'm putting to you is that your position was a manifest conflict of interest. The fact that you didn't know about certain facts doesn't detract from the fact that there was a manifest conflict of interest between your deriving a benefit from this contract at the same time as you are supposed to be overseeing it in your capacity as MMC.
Again, I deny that. I don't agree with you. I mean, I mean, what's a manifest conflict of interest? I mean, what would I have done to benefit? Of course, if there was wrongdoing, would have acted. I mean, it doesn't mean that you're presupposing that I would have looked away from the wrongdoing because of X, Y, and Z. And I say I disagree with that.
I see. In due course, we will bring other evidence of other wrongdoing on behalf. Or let me put a scenario to you, which in due course will substantiate with evidence. Were you aware of the evidence that was led yesterday in relation to AXA?
No, I didn't watch it.
Well, we heard yesterday about contracts at AXA where regiments representing AXA were borrowing money from Nedbank and were taking a 10 basis point payment from Nedbank, which AXA in turn was repaying to Nedbank. So regiments were being paid a fee by Nedbank, which Nedbank would recover from AXA, while regiments were ostensibly representing AXA's interests in raising money for AXA. Would you have regarded that as a conflict of interest if you were at AXA?
Again, I need to hear I need to see the details.
Okay, well, let me ask you.
I can't really answer on behalf of regiments, and
Okay.
I'm not involved on that.
Were you aware that Nedbank was doing the same thing in Johannesburg?
No.
You weren't. So you were not aware that Nedbank was borrowing money for the city, that regiments were borrowing money from Nedbank for the city and being paid a fee, which they took from Nedbank, but which Nedbank recovered from the city.
Well, I suppose their debt origination business, I would not be part of, and I was unaware. I mean, if Treasury did not bring that to our attention, I would not be aware.
Right. Do you not see the potential for conflict in this situation when the primary source of revenue of your company is derived from a company that is managing one of the biggest funds at the disposal of the city?
With debt origination, you mean? Sorry, I don't understand.
Sorry?
You see, the debt origination thing or the AXA thing, what do you mean?
Just generally, the structural relationship. Your company derives its revenue from regiment's contract with the city. Your role as MMC for finance is in the name of the city to oversee that contract in the interests of the city.
Chair, if I have to oversee every contract with the 7 departments of finance, I would spend my day overseeing contracts. I don't think that was my role in the first place.
Is there a bigger contract at the city?
Say that again?
Is there a bigger financial contract at the city?
How do you mean? Sorry, I don't understand.
Does the city have any other fund the size of the sinking fund?
Not that I'm aware of.
So this is the biggest fund that you're aware of that the city has?
The sinking fund is a fund of the city, yes.
Yes.
But there are counterparties, there are sweeping of bank accounts every night. There's a lot that is happening in Treasury. If I have to oversee the back office, the middle office, and the front office, I mean, I would spend my life in Treasury only, not even in revenue or in rates and taxes and all that.
Yeah. I'm not asking you to do the nuts and bolts, but I'm suggesting to you that a contract of this importance to the city requires political oversight by someone who doesn't have an interest in that contract.
And I'm saying if there's any political principal who tries to oversee contracts at that granular level, is actually interfering in the work that's not his or hers.
We may have to leave this point here, but let's move to something else. Can I take you to a document at page 659? 659 of bundle 2.
Is it 639 or 649?
659, Chair.
659, okay.
And there you'll see an internal regiment's email from Eric Wood to Niven Pillay saying Jeff Makubo briefing, DocX. And below that page, if you go to 660, you'll see the document that was attached to that email. We'll get to the contents of the document in a minute, but I would first ask you to go up to page 918, where the document appears again. So Mr. Wood, sorry, before we go to 918, just note the time there. The time on the email at page 659 is 12:36. If we then go up to 918, we see a slightly later email. Sorry, do you know who Niven Pillay is? The recipient of the last email. Do you know who Niven Pillay is?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the chair?
He's a director at Richmond's Capital.
And was he primarily responsible for the fund management of the sinking fund on behalf of Regiments Capital?
Well, there was a team, and I think he was overseeing it.
Yes. Let's go to 918. That's an email.
I'm sorry, did you say 918?
918, Chair, yes.
Okay.
It's from Eric Wood to Lita Nyonya, 19 November 2010. The heading is COJ cheat sheet, and the attachment is Jeff Makubo briefing document. And the email says, "Hi Lita, as discussed," sorry, Lita is Lita Nyonya, I assume. Oh, well, it says so in the address. "As discussed, I have attached the one-pager that we gave to Jeff." Maybe we can go up to see what this one-pager that was given to Jeff was. 917. It says, "Loan to COJ from DBSA. Stalled because Parks made some negative commentary, the pricing. In fact, pricing is 45 basis points better than DCM pricing. 1 billion of 20-year funding provides a better asset liability match for COJ than the DCM alternative. D, direction needs to be provided to Treasury to proceed with this loan. 2, interest rate hedge. Seeks to convert existing floating rate exposure to fixed at optimal all-time low yield curve. B, will protect COJ from interest rate increases in the imminent business cycle upturn. C, Treasury has approved the transaction in principle, needs mandate from mayoral committee. 3, fund management fee, third quarter, 2010. Amount of 27 million VAT inclusive due to Regiment's fund managers, Monal Wani and JP Morgan, has been withheld by Treasury on JPC instructions. JPC alleges that this is in accordance with the surety agreement provided by Regiment's Capital for the obligations of Cedar Park Properties, Horo Consortium. In terms of the agreements between JPC/COJ and the Horo Consortium, there are no funds due until transfer, which has not taken place yet. If transfer had taken place, JPC would have first had to summon the Horo Consortium and fully discuss before surety becomes executable. Further, these funds are due by COJ to totally different parties to the debtor or surety. Therefore, the withholding of these fees is unlawful and needs to be released forthwith. 4, sinking fund tender. Needs to be adjudicated, an appointment needs to be made. The issue around splitting the mandate between two managers needs to be killed. Cannot be done due to counterparty risk limits and lack of risk consolidation capacity within COJ Treasury. 5, JPC property fund tender needs to be adjudicated, an appointment needs to be made. You'll see that Mr. Wood, writing to Mr. Nyonya on the 19th of November 2010, said, "As discussed, I attached the one-pager that we gave to Jeff," and the document is headed Jeff Makubo briefing. Do you recall receiving this one-pager in 2010?
No, I don't recall. I answered the same to Mabungani. That,
Yes,
I can't recall receiving this. In fact, then they sent me the sheet. It was actually the first time I see some of these issues here.
First time you saw some of
Some
those.
of these issues that are raised here, first time that I saw them.
So Amabungani have sent this sheet to you?
They did.
Yes. Did you not find it strange that emails were flying around inside regiments saying that they had given it to you, whereas you had no recollection of it?
Well, I found it strange in 2018 when I received this, that what is this? Because I don't even know what a cheat sheet is.
Yes.
In business, I don't even know what a cheat sheet is.
You don't know what a cheat sheet is. Did you phone Lita Nyonya and say, what is this? I'm seeing a document that is embarrassing me, which apparently was circulating in regiments.
Well, I just did say, look, I didn't receive this document. Did you send it? And said, look, I'll find out. That's it. We left it there. The 2010.
And you didn't follow it up?
No,
You didn't follow it up?
no, I didn't.
I see. You weren't interested to know whether regiments had sent it or hadn't sent it?
No, I knew. I said, look, they had not sent it. I have not seen it. I've not seen some of the issues that are here. Some of the issues I know about, especially the 27 million and all that. In 2010, I knew about. But the rest of the things, what do they have to do with me? Oro, JPC?
Well, it's a good question. What did they have to do with you?
Yes.
But people in regiments clearly thought that it had something to do with you.
I can't speak for them, Chair.
I see. Can we go back to your contract with regiments? Do you remember that clause 2.2, which gave you responsibility for relationship management at the city? Do you think that's what regiments may have had in mind there? Page 714?
I wouldn't know. I remember the contract, and that I don't know what they meant, but this was not for me what they should have meant. Some of these things had nothing to do with me.
227, maintaining on an ongoing basis all strategic relationships with COJ before, during, and after completion of the fund management mandate for the mutual benefit of the parties. What sort of strategic relationships were you going to maintain?
Chair, we've canvassed that earlier. In my mind, I told you that I needed to know city at the strategic level, where it's going, what the funding plan is, how to grow the fund, how to invest, because that was my primary interest at that time, nothing else.
I see. And you never followed this up with Lita Nyonyo when he didn't come back to you?
Well, at that time, remember when the Mapugani thing came, I had to ask him what's going on, and he was telling me he's receiving the same questions as well. He's choosing to ignore them. So,
sorry, I didn't hear that last answer.
I'm saying that I did speak to them when the Mapugani things came and say, what is going on here? 8 years later, the contract is finished. Why were they following up? And then, of course, he told me that they are receiving the similar questions from
yes,
the
but
same person and all that. That's why I said, look, let me answer to the best. I'll answer to the best of my ability and leave it at that.
Yes, but when I read the Amabungani article, the one key piece of evidence that is very damning of both you and Mr. Nyonya is the cheat sheet. Did you not think that you needed to get to the bottom of this cheat sheet?
No, I responded. I have a response and I don't see it in the bundle. I responded and Daily Maverick ran it and I thought my response was adequate.
What your response suggests is, let me get the response. It's at page 952. It says at the last sentence in the second last paragraph, I have no recollection of the so-called cheat sheet. And the issues raised have nothing to do with neither Mololwane nor our agreement with Regiment's Capital. Why didn't you say...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chaskalson, you said 952?
952, Chair.
And that's in bundle 2.
A bundle 2, yes.
You say last sentence in the last paragraph.
Second last paragraph, Chair.
I see. This was in line with my decision to utilize my skills as a public representative. I also made a commitment to the mayor. That's not what, is that the paragraph?
952, I have. Am I on the wrong page again?
Yeah, page 952, the last paragraph.
No, the sentence before the last paragraph, Chair.
Or the sentence before the last paragraph, or the second paragraph from the end of the page.
That's correct.
The last sentence.
The last sentence of
I
that.
have no recollection of the so-called cheat sheet, and the issues raised have nothing to do with neither Molelwane nor our agreement with Regiment's Capital. Okay, now I see it, yeah.
Thank you. So you said you can't recall the so-called cheat sheet. That was your answer. You can't recall, and these issues have nothing to do with Molelwane and regiments. And
That's what I responded. And after the article of Mapungani, I personally penned an article that was published in the Daily Maverick, and I was referring to that when I said it's not part of the bundle. This is what I responded to the questions from Susan Comrie.
I see. But what your answer is I have no recollection of the so-called cheat sheet. It's not, I never received a cheat sheet like this. Why did you not deny receiving the cheat sheet?
I mean, if you can't recall something, we say, I've never. I mean, it's a recollection. But these issues have got nothing to do with me. In fact,
No,
I don't think I have, because what you do, again, you go into your emails and you check, but the MC email server is down, so I don't know.
Wouldn't it have struck you as very, very critical or wouldn't it have struck you as a particularly important fact that you would remember for a long time if you got this sort of document from a business partner, essentially inviting you to interfere in council processes which were none of your business?
Chair, as I say, these things had nothing to do with me, neither with our agreement with regiments, and I don't recall receiving it. But I mean, it didn't strike me at that time, and for me it was immaterial. When I saw this, I knew that I would not have seen this. I don't recall it at all. I would have recalled it if ever the issues of Koro, JPC, I would have recalled if ever I was required to do something. I don't remember anything like that.
You don't remember anything like that?
I don't remember anything like that.
Would you not have remembered if you received this cheat sheet? Is it not something that would definitely have stuck in your memory?
What sticks in my memory, what doesn't, 20 years later, 10 years later, with all due respect, Chairperson, there are a lot of things that are happening in my life every day. I would not remember a specific paper or a detail that happened in 2010. I mean, I don't know what there's expectation of me to remember.
Mr. Makubo, let me put it this way. If a business partner sent a letter to you inviting you improperly to influence council affairs, is that not something that would be so shocking that you would remember?
For me, that's never happened. I don't recall anything like that. And I wouldn't say when it's shocking, but I mean, this thing did not happen, so it's not in my mind. I don't recall it.
I see.
I don't know, presuppositions for me are a problem, because you're taking me to effect and then you move to presupposition, and I think it's a bit unfair on ourselves.
I think Mr. Makubo, Mr. Chaskausen, in part, is trying to establish what would shock you. You know, different people get shocked by different things.
Sure.
What might shock me might not shock you. What might shock you might not shock me. So, because maybe if a business partner sent you a letter or email saying certain things, those things might shock you and you would never forget that once upon a time he or she sent you such a thing, such an email. So he is saying, if they sent you something that says interfere in the affairs of the city or use your position improperly, wouldn't that be the kind of thing that would shock you and therefore you would remember it easily? Because it would be something that you would have found so unacceptable for them to do, to expect you to do.
Chair, I don't know what the word shock, I'm trying to think as you speak.
Yes.
In the line of what we do, especially when in public office, every day or every week you receive an email of this proposal or the other. You transfer them to the relevant people to follow process. You would receive one lobby or the other of one thing or the other. You transfer it to the right people to process. People will ask you to do certain things and you say, no, I can't. I want to do a thing. You know, at the beginning of COVID, a good friend of mine that I grew up in Rockville with sent me a WhatsApp and says, I have 30 liters of sanitizer. My answer to him was that, look, I don't even know who's buying and how they are buying it. This is a guy I grew up with in Soweto. Ordinarily, we receive these things. He says, but you are a mayor, you should influence. No, you can't do it. But what you do is like and then as sometimes WhatsApp, you move forward, you just transfer and do all sorts of things. So when you say what will shock me in business, in politics, there are a couple of things in politics when you get betrayed by your trusted comrade. That shocks me. I'll never forget that. When we expect a certain behavior of from a comrade and they do the opposite, which is fundamental, not they voted against you in a conference, that won't shock me, but it's something very fundamental. So there have to be very fundamental things. In business in 2010, some things you receive, you just ignore and you move forward, especially if you can't do. But this one, I don't remember seeing it at all. So how would I felt with this thing? Because when I saw it from Apungani, I just thought it's one of those things, and I ignored it. I must be quite honest. For me, I just answered the way I answered, and I just moved on.
Mr. Chaskalson?
But this isn't just some friend of yours. This is the counterparty in the biggest contract that your company has. Would that not raise a concern from you if it happened?
It did not happen with due respect, evidence leader, and which is why I would have asked, what is this thing? What are you discussing? If you want to give it to me, why would you have given it to me? What do you expect me to do with it? And surely, if I can do nothing about something, why should I occupy my brain space with things I can't change? I believe in the serenity prayer. Accept things I can't change.
So you now say very clearly that this wasn't sent to you.
Well, I'm saying that I have no recollection, but I don't think it was sent to me.
I see. Did you not raise an issue with Lita Nyonya? Was it not sufficiently damaging that you wanted to get an answer from Lita Nyonya?
Chair, maybe I should object and say that I think Mr. Makubo has answered, and this boils down on cross-examination of some sort. I know that there has to be a probe, but I think that there's a repetition of the same question.
Mr. Chaskalson?
I'm happy to move on, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Can we then go to page 952?
950?
952. That's the Amabungani article itself. It's not, I'm sorry, no. 968, where they discuss the cheat sheet. And if you go 5 paragraphs from the bottom, the report reads, yet over the next, let's start under no influence. By law, there's meant to be a Chinese wall between political office bearers and the procurement departments of municipalities they control. Even Tao, as the then MMC for Finance, could not legally interfere with the city's tender processes. Yet over the next year, regiments received almost everything on its wish list. In January 2011, the city agreed to release 18.4 million of regiment's fees. Do you know if that's correct?
I would not have known at that time, but I read it in the bundle from the city manager then.
Yes. In March, regiments facilitated a smaller 250 million loan for the city and received 1.25 million as a raising fee. Do you know if that's correct?
No, I can't remember that.
I see. And in December, Regiments was one of 2 bidders awarded Johannesburg Property Company tenders. Do you know if that's correct?
Again, I had no idea of it up until I saw it in the papers that you sent my attorney.
I see. The only hiccup was the tender for the new sinking fund contract. Under Regiments, the fund had performed well, but a review conducted by KPMG in 2010 criticized Regiments' fees for being excessive. When the bids for the new tender to replace Regiment's first contract were adjudicated, Regiment's fund managers was not a preferred bidder and had in fact been disqualified. Isaac Mokashwa, the Citigroup head legal and contracts, told us. But just as the goose laying the golden eggs appeared to be running out of luck, Tao discovered a fundamental flaw with the tender process. The MMC finances views that the evaluation around the process must include social investments to uplift the communities around the city. Khomotso Letsatsi, the head of Treasury, told colleagues in an April 2011 memo. Are you aware of that memo?
I'm unaware of that memo, Chair.
Yes. The award of the new sinking fund contract was already months overdue, but according to Letsatsi's memo, Tower halted the tender on grounds it didn't include a program to address transformation in the city's procurement practices. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that, Chair.
Earlier you said to me it was stopped because there was a moratorium on the award of tenders before the 2011 elections.
That's what I was told, yes. I'm not aware of this, but...
So in 2011, that tender was supposed to be awarded, but it wasn't. And isn't it correct that regiments then stayed on under your MMC portfolio month to month for more than another 4 more years until the council, on the back of a recommendation of the mayoral committee that you participated in, gave regiments a new 5-year contract in 2015? Is that not what happened?
What happened was that it was only month to month because of a particular reason. And the reason being that there was a court challenge from Colorfields, and the Colorfields withdrew its court action when the city manager brought the report to mayoral committee to approve a financial burden on the city beyond 3 years.
So a tender that should have come to an end in 2011 eventually only came to an end 4 years later, and it came to an end with an award to the same party for another 5 years. And that party was in business with your company on the contract that had run for 9 years.
That's correct, sir. We canvassed that earlier, and the reasons, and it was on a month to month because of a particular reason that the city was defending. But the evaluation of the new party, in fact, the tender was advertised in 2012, and the advert said for 5 years, and the evaluation happened just before the award. There was an interdict, or at least a court challenge. That's what we were told, and then it was awarded when that was settled.
Thank you, Mr. Makubo. Chair, there are further questions that I would like to ask about donations to the ANC by regiments solicited by Mr. Makubo, but I'm anxious at this point that we may run out of time for Mr. Ramosabudi, and Mr. Makubo is going to be coming back anyway to deal with the EOH question. So with your leave, I would ask that we move to Mr. Ramosabudi here, and my undertaking to Mr. Makubo and his legal representatives is the only remaining issue unrelated to EOH that I will be canvassing is the questions of donations to the ANC solicited from regiments.
Okay, no, that's fine, that's fine. All right, then we are going to release you, Mr. Makubo, for today. As you hear, arrangements will be made for you to come back in due course. But thank you very much for coming, and thank you to your legal team. You are now excused. You are excused. Thank you. What happened earlier shouldn't happen again. No, they will talk to you about whether you can take those bundles or not, Mr. Makubo. But I think generally they don't go. But I'm not 100% sure. Somebody must know.
I'm told they don't go, but my offer to Mr. Makubo and his legal team is we can
make
them electronically.
Copies. Yeah.
And,
maybe Mr.
No, I think you are entitled.
Mr. Chaskowson, I guess I should probably adjourn for 5 minutes for you to get settled with.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
Bring in another witness. We adjourn. afternoon, Mr. Ramosabuti, and good afternoon to your counsel.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, yes. Your counsel continues to represent you, as was the case yesterday. Mr. Chaskowson, are you ready? Mr. Ramosabuti, the oath you took yesterday will continue to apply today. Is that fine? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Ramosabuti, today we're going to be talking about some of the arrangements to finance the purchases of the Chinese locomotives that were part of the 1064 deal. And I want to take you through some stages of that, of the relevant transactions. And is it correct that that an arrangement was made with China Development Bank to borrow $1.5 billion and to get a facility for another $1 billion to finance Transnet's purchase of the locomotives from CNR and CSR? Can you answer that question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, indeed, there was
Try and speak up a bit.
there was a discussion, with the China Development Bank, between Transnet and China Development Bank to finance the part of the 1064 locomotive deal.
Mr. Ramosabuti, I've been asked if you can just move the microphone a little bit closer so that your voice is picked up better. And indeed, for the purposes of negotiating that loan, I understand that you went to China. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson, there was a delegation that went to China for the negotiations of the funding of the 1064 locomotives, part of the 1064 locomotives.
And you were part of that delegation?
I was part of the delegation.
Who else was in the delegation?
If my memories, serve me well, it was myself from Transnet, Anuj Singh from Transnet, Eric Wood from Regiments, Tedros Capriciel from Regiments, and another gentleman from JP Morgan. His name just escaped me.
I'm afraid his name escapes me too. I understand he was the one who took a photograph of the team and then sent it to you.
I don't know. I don't know who took the photograph.
Can I just, for the purposes of the record, I think the fourth name that you mentioned was Tedros Ghebreselassie from Regiments. That's correct. And that trip to China was successful, and in the end, a loan was concluded, a loan agreement was concluded. Is that not correct?
True.
And it provided for a facility of $1.5 billion with access to another facility of $1 billion, should that be required.
True.
What then happened, as I understand it, is that Transnet decided that it didn't want exposure in dollars, and so instead of taking the extra $1 billion facility from China Development Bank, it decided to try to raise a rand debt of 12 billion rands through what became to be called the club loan. Is that correct?
True.
Do you recall the banks that participated in the club loan?
I can recall some few names. I think NetBank was part of it. Future Growth was part of it. The Bank of China, I think, was part of it. I think Old Mutual also was part of it. Just country.
Sorry, I didn't get the
Old
last.
Mutual.
Old Mutual. It was a rand loan, and so there were a lot of local financial institutions that were involved, or there were some local institutions involved.
Yes, that's a rand-denominated loan, yes.
And I think alongside the club loan, there was possibly a loan from, was it the Export Development Bank of Canada, or is that correct? Does that ring a bell?
No, it was not part of this transaction.
I see. What was the Export Development Bank of Canada transaction about?
It was funding other part of the 1064 locomotives.
Yeah, I imagine it would have been funding Bombardier, because Bombardier are a Canadian company. Do you know that?
Yeah, they were funding part of the Bombardier transaction.
The club loan, the 12 billion club loan, was taken out with a floating interest rate. Is that not correct?
Yes, it was taken with a floating interest rate.
And then at a certain point, Transnet decided that it wanted to swap the floating rate exposure with interest swaps. Is that correct?
Yes, Transnet concluded in a fixed interest rate swaps on the club loan.
And I think Transnet concluded four tranches of interest swaps, which would swap the floating exposure under the club loan and under the loan to the Export Development Bank of Canada. And its counterparties on the first two tranches of swaps were Nedbank, and on the last two tranches of swaps, the Transnet Second Defined Benefit Fund.
Yeah, the counterparties for the swaps that we transacted was Nedbank and the TSDBF, which is Transnet Second Defined Benefit Fund.
So, can I take you through that process? On the China Development Bank loan, we'll get there in due course, but is it correct that a fee was paid to regiments of 189 million rands inclusive of VAT? I think it's 166 million plus VAT.
True?
You said true.
Yes, true.
And on the club loan, a fee was paid to Trillion of 82 million plus VAT, which came to around 93 million.
True.
And on the interest swaps, a fee was paid, well, a decision was taken by Transnet to pay a fee which would have been around 229 million to regiments. Is that true?
At that one, how much the regiments earns on the fees in rent terms, I don't know.
It was a 20 basis point on the swaps.
That's true.
But in the end, the full amount of that fee, it turns out, was paid to Trillion and Albertime. Are you aware of that?
That I'm not aware.
Let's go through the logic of these transactions. The China Development Bank loan was dollar denominated.
True.
The club loan was taken out because Transnet didn't want that much dollar exposure, it wanted rand exposure.
True.
Can we go back a step? All of these loans were to finance locomotive purchases.
They were part of the funding plan or the funding requirement for the year. And as part of that, the 1064 was also part of the funding plan. So they were used to finance that.
No, but these were specifically linked to the locomotive procurement. It wasn't, it's not like you could use this money for something else.
The China Development Bank and the CDC loan, yes, were specifically linked to for the locomotives.
So I'm talking now about China Development Bank. China Development Bank and CDC were specifically linked to locomotives.
Yes.
Are you aware of the business case that was put to the board in April 2013 for the locomotive procurement, April 2013?
I'm aware that the document exists, but I did not go through it.
Are you aware that, were you aware that the price in that business plan for the whole transaction was fixed by the McKinsey consortium at 38 billion rands?
As I said, Chairperson, I did not go through the document, so I just hear the numbers everywhere spoken about.
But is the number that you hear spoken about 38 billion?
That's true.
Are you aware that that 38 billion included provision for rand hedges?
Chairperson, I'm not aware that it included the forex component into it.
Are you aware that the locomotive procurement, that one of the terms of the locomotive procurement was that the locomotive price was going to be fixed in rands, not dollars or any other international currency?
As I heard that the locomotives contract was rand-based, yes, I'm aware of that.
So the purchase price was rands.
True.
And whatever happened to the rand against the dollar, Transnet would pay rands.
True.
And a fixed number in rands. It wasn't like rands, and if dollar goes strong against rand, you have to pay more rands.
That's what I've learned, and then I commended Transnet for doing that as a treasurer.
Are you then aware of the decision finally taken by the BADC in, I think it was March, or February, I think it was February 2014, February or March 2014, to approve the procurement at a price which was then 52 billion rands?
I just heard it, Chairperson, but I did not get an official information about that. I just heard it about that.
And are you aware that one of the reasons given for the increase from 52 billion, from 38 billion in the April 2013 business case to the 52 billion in February, March 2014, was that there was need to provide, because the purchasers were going to be bound to a rand purchase price, their price, they took the hedging risk, and the price had to include provision for the purchaser's hedging cost.
Chairperson, I'm not clear what the question is, Ola.
There was an increase in the amounts from the business case amount of 38 billion to the ultimate amount, which started at 52, but then because of some Transnet engineering costs became 54. One of the reasons given for that increase was that the price to be paid by the purchasers would be rand-based, so the purchasers need to factor into their purchase price their cost of hedging, because they were the ones who were going to take the rand exposure.
That's true, that I got to learn that immediately after I joined, that there is a fixed price that has been agreed and is a determinant of a number of components, and some of those components is the hedges. That I got to learn it.
So if we take a step back, Transnet had essentially provided for a hedge in the 38 billion business case. It was going to pay rands, and it had factored into that 38 billion what the increase to the purchase price would be, because it wanted to pay rands, not dollars. You accept that?
Chairperson, without knowing the details of the business case, the absolute figure in terms of the correctness of the figure that was included in the business case and what was in the final price, that I did not determine.
Well, let's then look at the 52 billion, 54 billion in 2014. That definitely had quite a large number built in for the cost of hedging so that Transnet could pay in rands, not in dollars. Will you accept that?
Yes, the price difference was there, so Transnet had paid what was the final price concluded.
So Transnet, according to the reasoning of the board that adopted that 54 billion, or the board adopted a 52 billion purchase price, justified the price because it was necessary to pay that amount to be able to have a purchase price in rands, which meant that the risk, the rand, that the forex risk sat with the locomotive providers, not with Transnet.
Chairperson, for indulgence, I don't understand the questions.
Sorry, I'm not very good at asking questions about complex financial transactions because it's not my strength. But in that 54 billion that was adopted, or sorry, I keep on saying 54. Initially, it was the BIDC was 52. But in that 52, there was an increase. Part of the increase from 38 to 52 was justified on the basis is this is the number we have to pay to make sure that our purchase price can be in rands, not in dollars.
Chairperson, just need a bit of correction. I think earlier on I said I don't know much about the numbers that have been spoken about because I didn't go into the detail of the business case. But what I hear Mr. Checkelson speaking about is two numbers, 54 and 52 and 38, which is one of those, is the base number. I just want to understand which of the two, 52 or 54, are we talking about?
In truth, the hedging was irrelevant to the difference between 52 and 54. It was relevant to the difference between 38 and either 52 and 54. The ultimate price was 54. What the BIDC approved was 52. The other two are related to, I think, Transnet engineering costs, which were completely unlinked to finance.
Chairperson, I think I wanted to help the Commission because at some point in 2018, I was requested to look at those numbers. So I wanted to help Mr. Checkelson on those numbers. Is it 52 or 54? Because the one number that I was requested at some point to look into, when the board of Transnet was appointed in 2018 around May, in June they requested a presentation about the 1064. While I was not part of the development of the business case and any other numbers that are around the 1064, the then CEO at the time says, Treasurer, can you help us to unpack these numbers? So one of the numbers that I remember very well is 38 billion plus odd numbers and 49 billion plus odd numbers. So those are the two numbers that I can candidately help you, Chairperson, to try to unpack some of the numbers around that. But 52, 54 is not clear to me, which of those numbers. That's why I might be cagey in responding to those ones. But here I want to assist the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos-Budi. I don't want to get into the precise number, whether it was 49, 50 or 52, is not relevant for present purposes. What is relevant, though, is that the purchase price agreed by the board in 2014 included a component which had provided for putting the forex risk on the purchasers. In other words, it was the purchaser's rand hedge cost.
You are correct, Mr. Checkelson.
So in that purchase price, Transnet had essentially paid to have a purchase price that they could rely on being in rands.
You're correct.
So the effect of taking out the China Development Bank loan, which was denominated in dollars, was to undo what Transnet had paid for by requiring a purchase price in rands. Is that not correct?
No, Chairperson.
Well, let me put this question to you. If you wanted to pay for a rand hedge to the equivalent of $2.5 billion in 2005, how much would that have cost you, approximately?
For 2.5, I remember at the time, Chairperson, without, the absolute figure, for $2.5 billion at the time, we were looking at about, I remember, something in the regions of about 30 billion rand when we were discussing the $2.5 billion with China Development Bank. Just out of the numbers that we bandied around was about 30 billion rand, around there, because rand was between 11, 12 rand, somewhere there.
No, I'm talking about a rand hedge. Not an exchange rate, I'm talking about a rand hedge. You have an exposure of $2.5 billion. You want to pay that in rands. What would it have cost you in terms of hedging to be able to hedge that over the life of the Transnet or of the locomotive contract?
Chairperson, it is not a, and I hear Mr. Chackelson what he's talking about. He doesn't want a translation number. He wants the cross-currency hedge number, which is not a simple, I can't do a simple calculation. It needs a model that needs to be built with cash flows, and then I can then explain how much that would be in total. But from a translation point of view, at the time, the $2.5 billion was around 30 billion rand. That's the simple answer I can give now. But what he's looking for is, it needs a model to be built, and I can show the cash flows and all that, because it's a 15-year loan. We need interest rate for the the Chinese interest rate or the dollar interest rates at the time, rand interest rate, work out what the cash flows are, and then what would be the total in rand terms.
But would you accept that if Transnet had this $2.5 billion exposure and it wanted to convert that into a fixed rand exposure at current rand rates, it would have costed billions of rands, not millions? The cost of that hedge would run into billions of rands.
Chairperson, I guess if you have got to exchange rand, dollar to rand, of course there's a cost to it. And the cost to it depends on the differential of the interest rate between the dollar and the rand. So that's why I'm saying I can't at this point quantify that. But all I can say is, of course, it costs money. Even if you travel, you want to change the rand at the airport to dollars, it will cost you money.
But on $2.5 billion over, how long was the term of that?
That was a 15-year loan.
Over 15 years, and you want fixed rand exposure. Are we talking hundreds of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of rands, billions of rands?
Chairperson, when we discuss the funding, and in terms of the funding plan, which is well documented in the PFMA document or Treasury regulation, it will tell you that any funding that it needs to comply with the regulation. And funding sources are vast. You can fund in rand, dollar, Chinese, and any other country currency, as long as it meets your requirements. So the first determinant is, to what extent would that funding or borrowing is comparable to your own funding? That's when you determine whether is it costly or not costly. And then can you live with the cost or not costly? So if you look at the funding from China Development Bank, Chairperson, That was a $2.5 billion. We only drew $1.5 billion. But the cost of that, when we change it into rand, was ranging between JIBA plus 330 basis points to 360 basis points at a 15-year loan. Maybe the question is, how comparable to that, to your rand, if you funded that in your domestic market? That's the question, maybe, Chairperson, you can ask me.
Well, we do know that Transnet decided that it didn't want the dollar risk, which is why it took the 1 billion club loan to negate some of that dollar risk. Is that not correct?
One of the key principles as a treasurer is to diversify your sources of funding. The other principle is to make sure that you blend your cost of funding. Blending your cost of funding is make sure that what you borrow outside the country and what you borrow in the domestic market, the overall cost of funding is within your benchmark. And then that's exactly what we did. We had the $2.5 billion facility with China Development Bank. And then what we did, we then said, we cannot borrow the whole lot at 257 basis points to LIBOR. Instead, let's see what we can get in the local market so that we can blend that. That's exactly what we did.
Well, let me put to you what my concern is. Transnet had a rand exposure for which it had paid billions of rands in the original business case and in the contract that it concluded with the locomotive manufacturers. You'll accept that?
Yes, I do.
It then took the rand exposure and converted 2.5 billion of that into a dollar exposure with China Development Bank. You'll accept that?
Which was swapped back into rand, Chairperson.
Yes, at a cost each time.
Maybe the question is, how relative to the benchmark in your domestic market could you have done $2.5 billion?
That may be a question, but why would you, when you have a rand exposure, get a 2.5 billion facility, and then a few months later, swap 1 billion of that 2.5 billion facility back into a rand facility, into a rand exposure? Why would you go from rand, $2.5 billion, back to $1.5 billion and the equivalent of $1 billion in rand in a space of a few months? What logic was there?
Chairperson, that's not how it went. We had $2.5 billion facility with China Development Bank. Out of the $2.5 billion facility with China Development Bank, we decided that we will only draw $1.5 billion. We will leave the $1 billion as a standby facility. However, that $1 billion, we will replace it in the domestic market with a rand equivalent. So that dollar was not swapped back into dollar and back into rand. The only one which was swapped from dollar is $1.5 billion, which we have drawn, and we swap it back into rand. Why did we do that, Chairperson? We did that because South African Reserve Bank regulation does not allow state-owned entities, even companies in South Africa, to trade in hard currency. So you need to swap back into rand. And why did we do that? We needed to make sure that we afforded the opportunity to pay our own obligations in terms of the locomotives that we contracted with CNR and CSR.
But what you contracted for and what you paid for was a price in rands.
Precisely true.
So if you hadn't first taken out the dollar exposure and then converted the dollar exposure back into the rand exposure, you could have borrowed in rands at the beginning to pay for the locomotives.
Chairperson, I've been in this market for more than 25 years. South African market is not deep and liquid to an extent that it can provide in one particular period of time an institution 30 billion rand at a go. So this market is not that liquid. To that extent, for South African institutions to diversify their sources of funding, they need to explore other sources of funding. Multilateral institutions, we have seen government in the last couple of months. They went to IMF and the World Bank and the National and New Development Bank. is to diversify the sources of funding. That's exactly what we're trying to do as Transnet at the point.
Why then pay billions of rands in your purchase price to be able to pay in rands, not dollars, if you're going to have to go and borrow dollars to pay anyway?
I don't understand the question, Chairperson.
That, you say 49 billion. Let's use your 49 billion number. That included a component which was the manufacturer's hedge cost. It included billions of rands in that price, which were what the manufacturers demanded to be willing to sell locomotives in rand, not dollars.
That's true, and it has to be that way. It has to be that way, Chairperson. Why? Because Transnet at the time, they wanted to fix their obligation. Should they not fix their obligation and leave their prices in dollars, they wouldn't have afforded to pay. They were still paying, and even at our next generation be paying for that. Instead, what they did is to fix the rent amount of the contract so that they can pay it in rand without the fluctuations in currency. One particular example that maybe just is to share it is we hear mostly of institutions that have borrowed, they've went to buy arms deal in dollars, and that number today is astronomical because they did not fix in rand.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. It made a lot of sense for Transnet to require a rand purchase price, even if it meant that the purchaser's hedge cost put billions of rands onto the purchase price. But having done that, it negated that benefit by going out and borrowing in dollars, which exposed it to the rand-dollar fluctuation.
I don't see it that way, Chairperson, because the manufacturer price is in rand fixed. Transnet goes and borrow in dollars and fix it in rand, and then there's a match currency payment. I don't see the negative of the transaction that has been done with that one.
It has to repay China Development Bank in dollars, is that not correct?
Because of the cross-currency transactions that was done with the bank, Transnet pays the bank rand, and the bank pays China Development Bank dollars. So there's no exposure to Transnet on that particular transaction.
Transnet had to pay for a cross-currency swap to be able to pay rands to get dollars.
It's a normal transaction in the market, and they are there. The costs associated with it, they are very easily transparent. You can look at it. I don't think it's astronomical figures that have been paid for the cross-currency. The hedge that was done at 337 basis points, not even a single institution could have afforded to finance that transaction at that level at the point in time.
All right, Mr. Ramos-Gudi, let me tell you where I want to go on this. Can I take you to page 729?
$700.
729. In fact, start at 727.
I'm here.
So you'll see that on the 14th of April 2015, middle of the page, Tewodros Gebrselassie, that was the man who went with you to China, is that, or one of them who went with you to China, emailed Eric Wood, another member of the China delegation, saying, "Hi Eric, please find attached the drawdown schedule under the 1.5 billion China Development Bank loan. Column G in the attached Excel spreadsheet provides the drawdown schedule. Please note that an exchange rate of 12 rands to the dollar is used to determine the drawdown schedule. Regards, Ted." And if you go to the next page, 728, you will see the drawdown schedule that Mr. Gebrselassie had produced. You see that?
I can see it, Mr. Chairperson.
Then let's go back up to 727, and you'll see that on the same day at 3:20 in the afternoon, Eric Wood forwarded that message with a drawdown schedule to Salim Essa. Did Salim Essa have any business dealing with this?
I'm not aware of that.
Let's go down to 729 now. And halfway through the page, we see Salim Essa's response to Eric Wood. Do you see the email from Salim Essa, 15 April 2015, 10:39 a.m. to Eric Wood?
I see that.
It's CC'd to someone Walamsa or walamsa@gmail.com. Do you know whose address that is?
I don't know them.
Sorry, you say you don't know.
I don't know them, Chairperson.
If I put it to you that it is Mr. Ashok Narayan, do you know who Ashok Narayan is?
No, I don't know them.
Okay.
Hang on one second, Mr. Chaskowson. I think I've lost you. I thought you were at a certain page and discovered I didn't have the right page. Just tell me again.
729.
Or 729. Okay, I've got it now.
And we're in the second half of the page, 729, Chair.
Okay.
It's an email from Salim Essa to Eric Wood, copied to walamsa@gmail.com, and in due course we'll bring evidence to show that that's Ashok Narayan. It's got the same subject as the previous email, and the body of the email says, "Sir, please add a column for what our fees will be at each drawdown, please." Was Salim Essa due any fees in relation to the China Development Bank?
I'm not aware of that.
Let's go to the top of the page. Still on the 15th of April 2015, Eric Wood replies to Salim Essa and Ashok Narayan, and he says, "Will do, but please understand this is only our first shot at a proposed drawdown schedule. This still has to be agreed by both Transnet and CDB before it becomes the final agreed cash flows. Regards, Eric Wood." Can we then go down to page 731, towards the foot of the page? It's another email string.
700?
731.
I'm here, Chairperson.
And you see an email from Louis Skitter to Tawadros Gebrselassie and Eric Wood, 17 April 2015, 09:41 a.m.
Yes, I see that.
Do you know who Louis Skitter is?
Yeah, we used to work for Regiment.
Yes. And it's copied to someone called Grant Joseph. Do you know who he is?
No, I don't know Grant Joseph.
Anyway, Mr. Skitter says, "Hi, Eric. Please see the fee table below. I've used two methods for reconciliation purposes. Delta of each drawdown as a loan times 15 basis points, and 15 basis points on the outstanding nominal of each drawdown as a loan. The latter is slightly lower, but more accurate." And then do you see a table underneath? On page 732.
Yes, I see that.
And do you want to explain to the chair what this table does?
This table shows the cash flows drawdown per month from the 1st of May 2015 down to the 2nd of May 2017 in dollar terms, and what the rand equivalent of that is going to be. So that's what the drawdown are on the first three columns. And then the next columns shows the basis points that have been paid on a PV basis for the loan, which was yeah, I see two numbers. One is 166 million, the other one is, I see 175 million. And
So
then the last two columns also show the 15 basis points on the outstanding numbers or the outstanding notional numbers to be drawn.
And the PV and the FV are present value and future value.
Yeah.
Let's look at delta times 15 basis points, PV. Do you see that total at the bottom? 166,019,505.
Yes, I see that.
Does that figure ring a bell to you?
Yes, it is equivalent to, without comparing the exact numbers, it looks like the fee that was earned by regiments on the loan.
Yes. Were you aware at this stage that regiments was going to earn a fee of 166 million on the loan? I'm talking about 17 April 2015.
17 April 2015, no, I was not aware.
You weren't. Can we go back up to 731, the top of 731? It's Salem Essa. He's seen the table, and later in the day, he writes to Eric Wood. Hi, Eric. This is for one stream. What about the other two? The $1 billion CPI and the hedge on the 1.5 billion. Thanks, S. Can you tell the chair what he's saying there? Do you understand what he's referring to there?
So here he's talking about the two transactions that are outstanding. Is $1 billion CPI and the hedge on the $1.5 billion.
And how do those fit in? Do you know how they fit in? Do you know how they fit in? Do you know what the $1 billion CPI was and what the hedge on the 1.5 billion was?
I've got no clue which one was this one.
So you don't know what he's referring to?
I don't know.
But, well, let's go down. Well, before we go down, let me put to you what I read there. Salem Essa has seen the table produced by Louis Schutter with its drawdown schedule and the fee for regiments PV on delta times 15 basis points at 166 million. And he says, but this is just one of the three transactions we're going to do. What about the other two? The 1 billion CPI and the hedge on the 1.5 billion. Is that how you read it too?
That's how I read it, Chairperson.
So he's saying, where are my other two fees? Is that not what he's saying?
That's what I see here, yes.
Yes. And were you aware that Salem Essa was going to get any fees in relation to this
I was not aware of
transaction?
that.
So let's go to page 735. And it starts with an Essa email, but that responds. There's a line that says, on 18 April 2015 at 9:31, Eric Wood wrote, we'll get the team to draft the drawdown schedule for the ZAR syndicated loan and sent through. What's the ZAR syndicated loan?
Probably he's talking about the anticipated club loan. That was the $1 billion that we're talking about here.
Yes, Mr. Wood knew that there was a club loan coming, and the club loan would attract a fee, would it not?
That's what it is, yes.
Yes. And Salem Essa's response at 9:32 on the 18th of April, cool, if they can split all three streams, please. So he wants to see each of the three transactions with a fee in respect of each stream. Is that not correct? Is that not how you read it?
That's how I read it, yes, Chairperson.
Can I take you then to page 595? And that's the spreadsheet that we discussed yesterday in relation to the fees that went into regiments and out to various shell entities controlled by Salem Essa.
I'm here.
Page 595, do you see the very top line on that, on that list? It says 2 June 15, TRXF quadruple 01 China Development Bank. You see that line?
I see that line.
The amount, inclusive of VAT, 189,240,000.
Yes, I see the chairperson.
And then if you go across, you will see an entry under Albertime, 147,607,200. Do you know who Albertime are?
No, we started talking about it yesterday. I don't know Albert Heinrich.
Well, Albertime is run by someone called Mr. Kuben Mudley, and he would usually take a small cut relative to the cut taken by Mr. Esser's company. So if we look, for instance, down the table that says for sure, or Hastauf, or Mejul, you'll see that the corresponding entry on Albertime is usually 10% of the entry for the cut of the shell company nominated by Mr. Esser. But in this particular case, Albertime took the primary cut and the secondary cut. And if you look at that number, 147,607,000, inclusive of VAT, you'll see that it comes to 75% plus 3%, 78% of what Transnet paid regiments. And in due course, evidence will be shown how 122 million plus VAT of this 147 million was laundered on to Sahara Computers. Were you aware that of the fee that Transnet was going to pay regiments for the China Development Bank, 122 million would go to Sahara Computers?
No, I was not aware of that, chairperson.
Let's look at what was happening above ground in relation to these transactions as opposed to in the emails between Mr. Esser and Mr. Wood. Can we go now to page 300? And in fact, if we can go, yes, page 300 is correct.
I'm at page 300.
And there you'll see an email from Mr. Wood addressed on the 22nd of April. And I just want to remind you again of the dates of the email correspondence that we've previously been going through. That was 15 to 18 April. But now we've gone forward to 22 April. And Mr. Wood writes to Anuj Singh, yourself, and he copies Mr. Gebre Selassie at regiments. And he says, hi Anuj and Petolo, I've attached the JP doc with discussed updates regards Eric. Do you recall getting this email from Mr. Wood?
I can't recall, but I see it came to me, so it means I did receive it.
If you go a page down, you'll see what the memo is that he attached. It's dated 21 April 2015. And what it is essentially a fairly detailed, if possibly spurious, motivation for paying regiments a success fee in relation to the China Development Bank of 15 basis points, which will correspond to 166.3 million. You'll see that at page 303. Do you?
Yes, I see it, yeah.
Yes, do you remember that? I mean, do you remember receiving a motivation for regiments to be paid 166.3 million in relation to the China Development Bank?
I guess it came to me, I might have received it, but I don't remember opening this one.
I see.
Just 1 second, Mr. Chaskalson. Yes, we may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. If we then, well, go to page 339, there is a document which bears your signature. Maybe if I can take you to the signature, it's at page 347. It's not just your signature. It has your signature, Gary Peters' signature, Anuj Singh's signature, and Siyabonga Gama's signature. And what it is a motivation to do 2 things. The one is to pay regiments this 166 million, and the other is to appoint JP Morgan on confinement to do various transactions in relation to the China Development Bank loan. Let's start at 1.1. Approve the confined appointment of JP Morgan to hedge the financial risks, interest rate, credit and currency risk emanating from the US dollar 1.5 billion China Development Bank loan back into ZAR. So Transnet now wants a rand exposure, not a dollar exposure, although originally it had only a rand exposure, and it's going to pay JP Morgan to orchestrate that. 1.2, approve the confined appointment of JP Morgan to lead and underwrite the equivalent syndicated ZAR loan of $1.5 billion. That would become the club loan, is that not correct? Mr. Ramos-Buti? That was what eventually became the club loan.
Yes.
Approve the contract extension from 99.5 million to 265.5 million for the appointment of Regiment's Capital for transaction advisory services and support to Transnet on the 1064 locomotive transaction.
True.
So that difference from 99.5 for the advice that had been given Transnet in relation to the locomotives procurement to 265 was going to be the 166 million that would be paid to regiments and laundered out via Albertine to Sahara Computers in respect of the China Development Bank loan. Is that the difference, the 166 million there? That explains the difference between 99.5 and...
The increase is 166 million, yes.
Yes. Can I ask you, let's go to 1.1 and 1.2. Did JP Morgan ultimately complete the task in relation to hedging the financial risks, interest rate, credit and currency risk in relation to the China Development Bank loan?
Yes, they did.
So they did these cross-currency swaps.
They did, Chairperson.
Did they lead and underwrite the equivalent syndicated ZAR loan of 1.5 billion?
No, they didn't.
I see. Let's maybe see why that happened, why they didn't. Can I take you to page 384?
Page?
384.
I'm on page 384.
384. There you'll see an email from yourself at Transnet to yourself and copied to Eric Wood. And it says, letter to JP Morgan. And it's a draft letter because obviously it's not being sent to JP Morgan, it's being sent to yourself and Eric Wood, and it says, "Dear Mark, re-coordination of ZAR syndication loan and the bridging facility. Further to our previous engagements on the request to coordinate the ZAR syndication loan with Regiment's capital, Transnet has realized that it made a wrong assumption that the lead coordinator will provide the underwriting facility on the balance of the US $1 billion. Now the expectation is not in line with JP Morgan position. Transnet has decided it will pursue the current offer received from the Bank of China and any other availability facility, and balance will be drawn from the US $1 billion standby facility. Therefore, the coordination of the ZAR loan will not be required. Transnet therefore regret to terminate the coordination arrangement of the ZAR syndication loan with JP Morgan." Do you recall writing this email? Or writing this draft email, because it wasn't yet sent to JP Morgan?
Yes, I was writing on behalf of the group CFO, yes.
And the group CFO was Anuj Singh. Can you explain to the chair what was being said here?
In the simplest term, Chairperson, the previous memo was saying we approved on 1.2 on page 339. It says we approve the confinement of JP Morgan for the lead and underwriting of the equivalent syndicated ZAR loan of $1.5 billion. But this letter was terminating that confinement.
But why was it terminating the confinement?
It's because there was a misunderstanding with the JP Morgan when we were to advance the discussion on an underwriting of the $1 billion, syndicated loan. In rand terms, JP Morgan was not in capacity to do that.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. JP Morgan?
Was not didn't have the capacity to underwrite that $1.5 billion.
So
Actually,
JP Morgan couldn't
$1 billion
underwrite a 1.5 billion rand
$1
facility.
billion actually, yes.
$1.5 billion facility in rands. What's interesting there is what you say in this draft. Transnet has decided it will pursue the current offer received from the Bank of China, and any other availability facility and balance will be drawn from the US $1 billion standby facility. Therefore, the coordination of the ZAR loan will not be required. So you're saying there we're not going to use any rands as an equivalent for that $1 billion standby facility, and we don't need anyone to coordinate it. We'll go with our $1 billion facility. Is that not what you're saying?
No, that's not what it says here. What it says here is that we will pursue the current offer that we've received from China Development Bank, Bank of China, not China Development Bank. So Bank of China and China Development Bank are two institutions. So we will pursue that and any other that is available, So what we then did was that the persons or the companies that was appointed with JP Morgan at the time will pursue other alternative opportunities since JP Morgan was not willing to underwrite that.
Yes, but in that second paragraph, you're not talking about underwriting, you're talking about coordinating. You say, therefore, the coordination of the ZAR loan will not be required.
From JP Morgan, yes.
From JP Morgan. Was somebody else going to do that coordination?
That's true.
Yes, who was that?
In this case, it was Regiment.
Yes. And this draft is being written by you to regiments to settle. Or was it written on the instruction of Anuj Singh?
For the termination of the coordination, yes.
The termination of the coordination agreement or arrangement with JP Morgan was Anuj Singh's decision, you're saying? Is that correct?
That was Transnet's decision because JP Morgan was no longer offering the...
Who at Transnet took that decision?
Is Transnet at the time.
No, I'm asking which individual at Transnet was the one who took that decision?
Anuj Singh.
Anuj Singh, yes. And this letter, this draft, did you just frame it or was it framed in consultation with Anuj Singh?
I wrote it and shared with him.
Then, if we go down to 386, we see another email which you write from Transnet, from your Transnet address formally to Eric, saying, "Hi Eric, do you mind reviewing this as per Arnold's request?" And underneath on page 387, there is the letter that is going to be sent to JP Morgan terminating their appointment. And it is essentially the same. In fact, I'm not sure if there are any material, or there's certainly no material differences, but it corresponds to your draft that you sent to Eric Wood a little while earlier. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The previous day, sorry, it's 8 June and 9 June. And was the appointment of JP Morgan then terminated?
Yes, it was terminated.
Do you recall when it was terminated?
I can't recall, but it should be immediate, after they received their letter.
Shortly thereafter, or shortly after 8 June. 8 June or thereabouts, would that be a fair assumption? Sorry, Mr. Amos-Budi, I just want to get dates. It would be shortly after 8 June.
Chairperson, I said shortly after they received the letter, I think they've terminated.
Can we go?
So, just to confirm, so the letter appearing at page 385 is a draft by you, Mr. Amos-Budi, for Mr.
Yes.
Singh, who then does the letter at 387.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Can we go to 444? That's an email from Eric Wood to yourself, copied to Wadros Gebrselassie and Swana Mwangu. Who is Swana Mwangu?
It's one of the employees of regiments.
An employee of regiments. Thursday, 27 August 2015, memo in respect of regiment's role on 1064 locomotive club loan funding. And the body of the email says, "Hi Petolo, as discussed, I've attached the requested 1064 club loan memo. Please let me know your thoughts. Regards, Eric." And then what follows is a memorandum that's been drafted in your name to go to Gary Peter. And the subject is, that's at 445. Advisory support, let me take a step back. Do you recall receiving this email with a draft memorandum from Eric Wood on or around 27 August 2015?
I guess so. I can't just remember. It's been some time, but I might have received it.
You've got no reason to believe you didn't receive it.
No, I said I might have received it. I can't remember. It's a long time ago.
Yes, but is there anything in here that makes you think that you didn't receive it?
No, I'm not saying I didn't receive it.
Yes. So there's this draft in your name to Gary Peter, and was it the practice of regiments to write drafts in your name to go to other Transnet executives?
Yeah, it's a tradition in Transnet that as a head of a function, all memos will come from your name as a compiler. And then where you have worked with other teams, they also have to come in and they will be there supporting or recommending, and then recommending upwards. That's how it's a tradition, yes.
And is this memorandum essentially a motivation for regiments to be paid a fee of 76.3 million for raising the club loan. Is that what it is? You'll see the bottom line at page 448.
Yeah, it looks like it is the motivation, yes.
Yes. And you'll see if you go back up to page 447, there's a table suggesting that Regiments has saved Transnet 763 million rands in this exercise. You recall, just remember that number, 763 million. Can I then take you down a page, down to page 453?
Yes?
And there you'll see an email from yourself to Eric Wood on the same day, 27 August. And it says, "Hi Eric, if a question arises, what's your comparable pricing on the current debt that Transnet raised? Wouldn't it be better to compare this with the current China development loan than what would JP Morgan achieved?" What are you saying there?
Yeah, here I'm saying, I think it's better to compare apples with apples than comparing apples with oranges. So, if you look at the initial proposal that was submitted by JP Morgan, was a 10-year bond, which is bullet, and the pricing was about LIBOR plus 316 and above basis points. So, if you look at the 10-year bullet bond price at that level and a 15-year with a 5-year grace period and amortizing, these two are not the same. So this other one is amortizing, so it means it's paying down to the maturity. The other one is not paying down to maturity. You only pay at the end of the period. So the prices are not, you're not comparing apple with apple. So what I said is, take the current existing bond loan with China Development Bank, which is 15-year, 5-year grace period, and compare with that, so that at least we compare apples with apples.
So, can I then take you down to page 465, because it seems that Regiments took heed of your suggestion. There you'll see an email from Nswana Mwangu dated 2 September 2015, addressed to yourself, and it's got a revised fee memo. And you'll see much of the narrative is still the same, but if you go to page 469, there's a new table, the table that you wanted. Can you go 469?
469. Yes, I see this.
And there you'll see that the saving that you said was the better measure is not 763 million, which is in the table below, it's 502 million. I want to say the alleged saving. You'll see that when they did the comparison that you said they should do, they came up with a number of 502 million, not 763 million. Is that correct?
I see the numbers.
Yes. Do you recall receiving this memorandum?
Recalling is something else, but I've seen this memo.
And the date of the memo comes under cover of an email of 2 September. If we go back to 465. 2 September. And all of these savings that we're talking about are savings that the good people at Regiments have made for Transnet. Can we go down to 11 September and 486?
486.
Yes. Oh, sorry, before we get there. Can we go to 472? If we start in the middle of the page, we see that same email from Nswana Mwangu that was sent to you on 2 September 2015 with the revised fee memo. But that email with the revised fee memo has been forwarded by Eric Wood to Ashok Narayan. Remember I said walamsa@gmail.com is Ashok Narayan. Do you know who Ashok Narayan is?
No, I didn't know.
He was a former advisor to the Premier of the Free State who later went on to do big things in the Gupta enterprise. If we go down to page 486, this is after Ashok Narayan has received the revised memo. We now see a document that you send to someone called, an email that you send to someone called Betsy van Heerden on 11 September 2015. And you say underneath it, prepare for sign-off. And it says, request to appoint trillion brackets 04. And what it is a memorandum that's in Siyabonga Gama's name this time at page 487. And it now says, request to appoint Trillion as lead manager in the 18 billion rand club loan. Who were Trillion?
Come again?
Who were Trillion?
Trillion were the supply development of regiments, yeah.
Had you met anyone from Trillion?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Daniel Roy.
Daniel Roy. And did you meet anybody else from Trillion? Did you meet anyone other than Mr. Roy from Trillion?
Daniel Roy.
So Mr. Roy was the only person from Trillion that you'd met. When was this work on the club loan done?
The work on the club loan was done from the time I joined in March of 2015, as part of that delegation to go to China later, I'm not sure whether it was March or April. One of the things we went for was to negotiate with the China Development Bank for the split of the $2.5 billion, so that the part of the 2.5 billion is used for syndicated ZAR loan, which is the ultimate club loan. So through that period, regiments were working on the ZAR club loan immediately when the termination with JP Morgan. So there was this full speed on the work of the club loan, which is syndicated with the local institution. And some of those is foreign institution like Bank of China, but we're talking to Bank of China here in the country until the was part where a Trillion came in before we finalized the transaction. We're part of the transaction, and until we paid out the club loan to Trillion. That's when the transaction was done.
So when was the first time you met Mr. Roy?
I can't remember very well, but around July, August, somewhere there.
July, August. And when was the first time you heard of Trillion?
That's I think it's similar time, because we called me and they said, let's meet and discuss what you're telling me.
Let's meet and discuss?
Because he was telling me that he is part of the transaction. I said, come in so that we discuss and so that we are on the same page.
Can I take you back to pages, well, let's go back to page 444. That's the email from Eric Wood, 27 August 2015, with a detailed memo suggesting that regiments should be paid this fee of 76.3 million. And then at page 453, and there's no mention of trillion in that memo. At page 453, you respond to Eric Wood and you say, if a question arises, what's your comparable pricing on the current debt that Transnet raised? Wouldn't it be better to compare this with your current CDB loan than what would JP Morgan achieved? You don't mention trillion on 27 August.
True.
And there's no mention of trillion in the memo. At that stage, the fee's going to regiments.
True.
When did you first decide the fee should go to trillion? When did you decide that you were going to make a motivation?
I did not decide.
No, but you were going to make a motivation that the fee should go to trillion.
I did not decide to make a payment to trillion. I think during that time there were discussion in terms of the requirements that regiments need to meet in terms of the supplier development. As part of the appointment of regiment, they also had to meet the supplier development. I think they were discussing around that time, which they did not include me at the time.
Who would they have included?
They would have included at the time the CFO, which was Anuj Singh, and Gary Peter, who was in the procurement, chief procurement officer at the time, and Eric.
So regiments had to find itself a supplier development partner.
It was a requirement for the appointment of regiments, yes, of the supplier development. So there was some pushback from Transnet in paying regiments for what they were required to bring in the supplier development.
Yes. And presumably the supplier development partner would have to be a triple BEE partner.
That's what it is.
Yes. Did you ever get a triple BEE certificate from Trillion?
The documents were supplied to us, which they were forwarded to procurement, so I don't know what in the details of that BE certificate is.
Right. Did you know who owned Trillion? Did you know who owned Trillion?
I did know Trillion.
Yes. All you knew was Daniel Roy.
Who came to me, yes.
And how did he come to you?
I don't know how he came to me, but he pitched into my office, whether he drove or I don't know, but he came to my office at the time to have this discussion with me.
Yeah, I'm not talking about his mode of transport. I mean, did he get an introduction to you? Did somebody say,
No.
expect a meeting from Mr. Roy?
No, I just got a call from him.
You got a call from him, and what did he say to you?
Chairperson, I can't recollect. I think it was 2015, somewhere there, how he introduced himself. But ultimately came in, he introduced himself, and we had a chat. I brought in one of my colleagues. He met him, and then he left.
And did he suggest that he should be the person, or his company, Trillion, should be the one getting paid for the club loan?
I think among the discussion at a position where it's beyond my salary scale, that could have been discussed, that is where the Trillion should be paid instead of regiments, because they are the supplier development. They should have met their supplier requirements.
But when Mr. Roy announced for the first time, or arrived for the first time in your life, how did he describe himself? What did he say he'd been doing?
Chairperson, I'll be lying if I can tell you, but he gave me his company's profile, tells me that they are in asset management, they are working on this deal, but the details I can't tell you exactly what it's all about. He introduced his company, what they do, and their role in the transaction. But further than that, I'll be lying, Chairperson. I really want to assist this commission.
And do you recall what he said about the role that his company played in the transaction? What did he say they'd done in relation to the transaction?
It was about the syndication of the the money that needs to be raised.
The syndication of the money that needs to be raised. And did he describe, what work had been done by regiments, what work had been done by Trillion? Did he?
No, I didn't get to that level.
Who told you that Trillion were the ones to be paid?
Gary Peter told me.
Gary Peter told you. So let's then move on. Well, before we move on, let's look at that memo that you wanted signed off on 11 September 2015. So 486 was the covering email, and the memo starts at 487. And I want to put to you that what this memo does is simply takes the previous memo, and wherever regiments is mentioned.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chaskowson, did you say 087?
487, Chair.
Okay.
For the most part, what this memo does is it cuts and pastes Trillion for regiments from the previous memos. So let's look at it. Under the heading Trillion, paragraph 2. Transnet has signed the mandate letter and term sheet for US dollars 2.5 billion 15-year amortizing loan from China Development Bank to finance 232 and 359 locomotives from China North Railways and China South Railways, respectively. 3, the board approved the transaction during August 2014. 4, Transnet decided to split the transaction into 2 tranches of the US dollars 1.5 billion tranche and the standby facility of US dollars 1 billion tranche. JP Morgan was appointed to lead the ZAR club as a substitute for the US dollar 1 billion standby facility to bring the overall cost of the transaction lower. How they failed to secure the 15-year tenor at the appropriate pricing. Trillion approach with reverse inquiry for club loan deal at a price and tenor which was more comparable to the CDB loan. Did Trillion approach with that inquiry, or did regiments approach? To the best of your knowledge.
The Trillion approached us with a club loan, not the syndicated loan.
Sorry, Trillion approached with a club loan, not the syndicated loan. But who made the first approach on the club loan? Was it regiments or Trillion?
The club loan is a Trillion, but the syndicated loan was the regiment.
The syndicated loan was regiments, you say? And the magic that Trillion brought was the club loan. What was the difference between the club loan and the syndicated loan?
The difference between the two is the participation in the quantum amounts. So in the syndicate, you have a chairperson. In the syndicate, you will have equal participants with equal amounts in a syndication. But in a club loan, I can come with a rand, the other one come with a 10 rand, the other one come with a billion rand. You simply club them together.
I see. Can I ask you to go back to the 2 September version of this memo? Go to page 466. And here you're talking about still paying, well, let's go to the end. this is still a motivation for regiments to be paid, for organizing the club loan. And right through this, we're all about club loan. And regiments are going to be paid. There's no mention of trillion whatsoever. Why would that be the case? If the club loan was Trillion's idea?
Chairperson, at this stage, I cannot explain the commercial arrangements between the Trillion and regiments, after Transnet told them about the supply development. How from there they moved, I don't know.
See, but a short while ago you mentioned to me that Trillion was the one that came up with the idea of the club loan. And
no, you're right, but you're simply referring, Chairperson, here on that it is all regiment. But I'm saying the commercial arrangement that I have would not do.
the commercial rationale.
Between Trillion and regiment.
Yes, but whose idea was the club loan? Was it regiments or Trillion?
Chairperson, as I said, the club loan was a Trillion idea.
Then why would you pay regiments for something that was Trillion's idea? I
think there was a time where, as you might have recalled, Chairperson, that there was a discussion between Gary and Anoj Singh and regiment guy, in particular Eric, about payments. And then Transnet mentioned the requirements of supply development, which regiments at the time were not bringing them forth. So probably from that point of view, things started changing. As I said, it was beyond my negotiations. I was not part of that.
Were you aware at the time that Eric Wood had fallen out with his partners at regiments and was in the process of leaving regiments to start Trillion?
I was not aware.
I see. Can we then continue on this Trillion a memo that is a large cut and paste of regiments in a previous memo? Let's look at the cut and paste. Can you go to page 491? And do you see at 491, first paragraph on the page, 36, whoever was preparing this document forgot to change one of the regiments to Trillion. So 36 says, regiments value add to Transnet in relation to the 1064 locomotive ZAR club loan funding can be summarized in the following table. You see that?
Yeah, Chairperson, but when I look at this, it's still a draft document. As Mr. Chakalsan says, it's a document that comes from regiments. And when I look at it, it's still a draft document. It doesn't have even, there's a lot of spelling errors and a whole lot of things here.
Yes, it's a draft, but the point that I wanted to make is it was really a cut and paste draft. So where a previous document said regiments, this one now says Trillion.
That's precisely what I said. I mean, I can't even vouch for this. It's a serious draft document.
I want to look at the table under paragraph 39. And here we're talking about what success fee is going to be paid to Trillion for the invaluable contribution that they have made. And it says success fee in percent, ZAR 12 billion, 10%, success fee in rands, net present value 50.2 million, sorry. And where 50.2 million comes from is if you go up to paragraph 36, it's the comparison that you said was the appropriate comparison. The comparison not comparing apples and oranges, but comparing apples and apples, of comparing the alleged saving on the club loan with the comparable pricing of the China Development Bank loan, which is allegedly 502 million rands, and 10% of that is 50.2 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So even assuming that these figures about savings are correct, on the logic, on your logic of what an appropriate comparator would be and an appropriate success fee, the fee would have been 50.2 million.
That's what has been calculated to 50.2 million, yes.
Yes. And the date of that document is 11 September. Can we then go to page 499? And there you'll see an email that you sent to Eric Wood on 14 September 2015. That's 3 days later. And it's got an attachment, SMH Pinnacle DMS.COSA ASP Vehicles Customer Orders Print. And if we go down to page 500, we see a vehicle order for a Land Rover. Do you recall sending this email?
I can't recall on this particular one, but I recall having a discussion with with the guys at regiments for purchasing of a car.
Sorry, having a discussion
With Eric about purchasing a car.
about purchasing a car. If one looks at this order on page 500, it's a vehicle order for you, Mr. Petolo Ramosabudi.
Yes, that's precisely true.
And I understand in the end, you didn't purchase this vehicle. Is that correct?
Because it was expensive, yes.
Yes.
I couldn't afford it, yeah.
Why were you sending it to Eric Wood?
Because one of his partners, Litanyonya, is a part owner of Waterford Range Rover in Fourways. So I thought maybe, there's something that he can do for me.
Hang on a minute, Mr. Ramosabudi. You're in the process of making recommendations to pay, at this stage, a fee of 50.2 million to an entity linked to Mr. Wood, and you're hoping that he or his partner can get you a good deal on a Land Rover. Do you think that's appropriate?
Because there was no unto anything.
Sorry, there was no?
The transaction that we were doing with them, according to me, was fair and above the board.
Sorry, which transaction?
The club loan or the CDB loan.
Fair and above board?
I'm saying it was fair and above board.
Yes, but do you not think that there's some impropriety about...
No.
You don't?
No, I was going to pay the car.
Hang on one sec. Let him finish the proposition he wants to put to you, Mr. Ramosabudi.
Okay.
Do you not think that there is some impropriety about being in a position where a decision is about to be made to pay somewhere between 50 and 90 million rands to certain people or their company, and at the same time asking people associated with that company to organize you a deal on a Land Rover?
Sorry, Chairperson, to speak over.
No.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
No, I don't. No, because one, I think on this particular day, I remember very well, somewhere around this particular day, could be the 7th or the 10th of September, I had an accident, so I had no car to travel to work, so I know I was looking for a car to replace the car that had an accident. And the second thing is, I didn't see it that way because, firstly, I am not an authority I had no authority to approve funding. To approve funding, first of all, and to approve any payment of that size of the transaction. And the third thing is that, according to me, their appointment is above board. So there's nothing to hide. I have the right to source funding for my car anywhere I want to.
Mr. Ramos-Abudi, I have to put it to you that it is improper, but you can comment on that. I don't propose taking it further.
Chairperson, it could have been improper should they have paid it.
Well,
I would understand.
were you not wanting them to organize you a good deal on the car?
No, I could have got it somewhere else, but I thought it would be easier for them to give me a discount on a car as compared to other dealers because they might have other opportunities that they're getting from some manufacturers,
Yes, but the discount would have been a benefit to you, would it not?
which I would disclose.
So I know you would have disclosed it, but I'm putting it to you that the mere fact that it wouldn't have been hidden, if it wasn't going to be hidden, doesn't remove the impropriety.
Chairperson, we're talking something that didn't happen.
Yes, but it didn't happen not because of your decision, because of their decision.
No, it's because of my decision. I couldn't afford it. The price was too much.
Yes, they didn't give you the discount you wanted. Isn't that right? They didn't give you a good enough discount.
Chairperson,
So what Mr. Chaskowson is saying is, this was a case where you were in a position to be part of those who would make a recommendation on a transaction involving them. And if now you wanted them to give you a discount on a personal thing, they could have been influenced by the fact that they also wanted to get the recommendation, and you were going to be part of those who would recommend. So it could have been seen as well. If you give me a good discount, maybe I will also make a recommendation. If you don't give me the discount, well, I don't know what I will do. Mr. Chaskowson, did I put it the way?
You did, Chair.
Yes.
Chairperson, I was part of the value chain in the recommendation of the transaction. But despite that, they didn't give me. So it means there's no association with that. The transactions were two unrelated transactions.
But Mr. Chaskowson says you tried to get a discount and they resisted. They didn't give you the discount. If they had given you the discount, then you would have taken the deal. So the effect of his proposition is you tried. The fact that it didn't happen doesn't mean that the attempt was not improper. That's not how you saw it.
No, that's not how I'm seeing it, Chairperson.
Okay. Mr. Chaskowson.
Mr. Ramos-Abudi, can we then go down to 503? It's an email to you on 16 September from Edward Thomas at Transnet, copy to Gary Peter. It's in response to that draft memo that you circulated. Do you recall receiving this email from Edward Thomas?
Maybe before that, Mr. Chaskowson, please don't forget your question. You have said that, I'm going back to the question that Mr. Chaskowson was dealing with the issue of the car, the deal, the discount. You may have seen it in a certain way then. At the moment, how do you see it? Do you see it the same way as you saw it then, or do you get a different perspective now?
Now, Chairperson, I'm seeing it with the eye of the Commission. I'm not seeing it.
Yes.
At the time, I didn't see it because
Yes.
According to me, everything was
Yes.
above board.
Yes, yes.
You know, it's a free market society, and you are willing to do business with who, as long as it's above board. That's how I saw it at the time.
No, that's fine. I was just interested in seeing that because, and you, obviously you mustn't say
And-
you see it if you don't see it, but I was just interested in seeing whether maybe now that the issues are being raised, you might begin to see it differently than you saw it at that time.
Yeah.
But yes, you gave an answer, but
That's why I say it's-
if you still see it the same way, feel free to say so.
No.
But if you say, look,
No.
maybe there's a different perspective, then it's up to you to indicate.
If I'm, if at the time I'm in the current situation,
Yes,
I wouldn't have done it.
you would not have done
I
it.
wouldn't have done it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chaskelson?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ramos-Gudi, can you go to page 503?
I'm at that page.
And it's an email from Edward Thomas to you, 16 September 2015, a copy to Gary Peter. Do you recall receiving this email? Mr. Thomas sort of cut and paste with some very big print, so it may have stuck out in your memory.
I can't recall the emails, but I see the message. It might have arrived. You know, through yourself, Chairperson, why I'm saying I can't recall some of these things. You may find that it was opened by my secretary and she gave me a paper and says, please attend to this. So at the time, I didn't receive an email, so I received a copy of an email. So I'm attending the message at that point in time. So I'm aware of what Eddie Thomas wrote. Yes, I'm aware of it.
And well, let's see what, let's take the chair through what he wrote, and he's responding to that draft memorandum. Hi, here are a couple of questions that need to be answered based on the previous submission and the new submission. Previous submission was that JP Morgan regiment submission that we discussed a while back. The financial were as follows, and he's quoting from the previous. Given the invaluable contribution of regiments, and unfortunately, the cut and paste has gone off the page, but I think the point is that he's making the point that the invaluable contribution is from regiments and JP Morgan. He says the ADC approved the following. It's recommended that the ADC approve the confined appointment brackets, so it would be the confined appointment of JP Morgan to hedge that interest rate, credit and currency risk, approve the confined appointment of JP Morgan, etc., approve the contract extension appointment of regiments that was from 99.5 to 166 million more, and then delegate authority to the acting, I suspect it would have been the CFO, to give effect to the confinement. You recall that recommendation to the BADC, which was adopted and which we've seen previously. Remember the one that related to regiments and JP Morgan. From our discussion, the first point is still in place and JP Morgan is still providing the service and the fees as described above will still be valid. So that would be the cross-currency swaps.
Yes.
The second point, where JP Morgan had to lead and underwrite the syndicated loan, is where JP Morgan failed to deliver. The document is silent on the fees for this, and it is assumed that it would be included in the market-related costs of the funding. If the fees for lead and underwriting is not included in the market-related costs of the funding, and there's a specific fee, as the one we want to pay trillion, then that will also have to be disclosed to the ADC as an omission from the first submission. Because when JP Morgan was going to do the job, they would just put an extra 10 basis points or whatever onto the spread, and there wouldn't be a specific fee for this exercise. That's what he's saying, isn't it? Does Trillion have the capacity and capability to underwrite the loan? Can I stop you there? Did Trillion have the capacity and capability to underwrite the loan?
No, not underwriting the loan.
No, it couldn't underwrite.
Not underwriting.
And JP Morgan was going to be paid for underwriting, not just arranging. Is Trillion going to provide the exact same services that JP Morgan was going to provide, and why is their why is theirs potentially different than that of JP Morgan? Or was Trillion going to provide the same services as JP Morgan or not?
Two different.
Yes, because it was going to do no underwriting. So Transnet would have, well, no security of an underwriter in this arrangement. The regiment's fee was for the successful conclusion of the funding transaction. Thus, I would interpret that being the hedging and loan. Based on how I'm seeing Trillion being paid, is that not duplicate to what was paid to regiments? He's saying, when you motivated regiment's fee, you said part of what they're doing is hedging as well as raising, and isn't what you're paying Trillion now already included in what you had paid regiments? Is that not what he was saying? I'm not. It may be wrong, but is that not what he was saying?
It's not what I'm saying. No, it's not a duplication.
Okay, so I know you're saying it's not a duplication, but he was saying it was a duplication.
No, he was asking a question whether it's not
Okay.
a duplication.
The foot in the document must reference the correct value of the loan if different. I've tracked the changes in the memos, the areas where you will have to provide further information. And then at the end he says, seeing that we're only changing the existing supplier for the loan on a previously approved confinement, I don't think that we have to restate the grounds for confinement and can thus delete the whole section on the grounds for confinement and confidentiality in the PPM. Gary, please comment. What's he saying in that last paragraph?
He's talking procurement language here, which I don't understand.
Isn't he? Well, let me see how I understand it. Let me put to you how I understand it, and maybe that will elucidate things. He's saying when we motivated for regiments to get their fee previously, we said we wanted when we motivated for regiments in JP Morgan on that original memorandum, we said this needed to be a confinement appointment. Although we're now getting rid of both regiments and JP Morgan, we don't need to ask for the confinement of Trillion this time because we've already asked for confinement last time, so we can choose who the confinement beneficiary is. I think that's what he's saying. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I think so. It makes sense.
Can you go down to page 514?
Sorry, Mr. Chaskowson. We are at 5:05. We can still continue from my side, but I want us to have the same idea in terms of how long we will be. Yesterday, I'd been told that we should, the evening witness should be about 2 hours. We ended up, I think, with much more than that. We finished at 10 p.m. What is your estimate of how much more? I think we might need to take a break now, but I think at 6 or 15:15 we might have to adjourn from my side.
Chair, I will certainly attempt to finish by 6, or within an hour after our resumption.
Oh, okay, all right. So maybe let's take a short break now, maybe 10 minutes, and then we can resume and then continue.
Thank you, Chair.
Is that all right? Okay, we adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Page 514, your response to Eddie Thomas's email, and we may need to go back to that email on page 503 to understand your answers. So the first point was that Eddie Thomas made, is the CPI swaps are still in place and JP Morgan still providing the service and fees as described above will still be valid. And your answer was yes, that's correct. You see that?
So please switch on your mic.
Sorry, Chairperson. Yes, I see it. Yeah, indeed. The first point is correct.
Then the second point was that the JP Morgan fees would not be disclosed, but would be included within the cost of funding. And Eddie Thomas had said, the document is silent on the fees for this, and it's assumed that it would be included in the market. Second point where JP Morgan had to lead and underwrite the syndicated loans, where JP Morgan failed to deliver, document is silent on the fees for this, it's assumed it would be included in the market-related costs of funding. And your response to that was the fees were not disclosed, this is why we're now disclosing the fees for Trillion. Is that correct?
True.
And
So I'm sorry, that clause is supposed to be disclosed.
I think it was supposed to be said disclosed.
Oh yeah, on the second bullet point.
yes, Chair. That is what,
Yes, what he's
Mr.
saying,
Ramos
yeah.
It was supposed to be say disclosed.
Yeah, okay. Yes, continue.
And then on the third bullet point, you said if the fees for the lead and underwriting is not included in the market-related costs of the funding, and there's a specific fee as the one we want to pay to Trillion, then that will also have to be disclosed to the ADC as an omission from the first submission. And I think that your second bullet point covers the answer to that. Would that be correct?
Correct.
And your third bullet point, his third question was, does Trillion have the capacity and capability to underwrite the loan? And your answer was Trillion has the capacity and capability. Was that correct?
It was not entirely correct because JP Morgan was going to underwrite.
Well, first, you confirm that that's the answer you gave. And then
That's the
maybe
answer I
you
gave,
You
yeah.
can talk about whether what you said is correct.
Yeah, that's the answer I gave, but I don't think I captured the essence of the questions from him properly.
Well, can we agree that Trillion certainly didn't have the capacity or capability to underwrite the loan?
Underwriting the loan, they didn't have the capacity to.
Yes, I mean, at that stage, Trillion was little more than an idea in the head of Eric Wood. So what did you think Trillion did have the capacity and capability to do?
They had the capacity to arrange for funding of that nature with asset management, yes. Not underwriting.
Sorry, who had that capacity?
Big banks, they can have the capacity, but they were not willing to offer the balance sheet at the time.
Sorry, yes, big banks certainly can do that, but Trillion, who at Trillion who would have the capacity to engage?
You need a bank with a balance sheet to underwrite.
Yes, and Trillion certainly didn't have a balance sheet of a bank to underwrite. Is that correct?
True.
But what capacity and capability did Trillion have?
They had a trillion to arrange for the club loan type of a transaction with various asset managers.
And as far as you were concerned, the only person you'd met at Trillion was Daniel Roy.
I met Daniel Roy.
And did he have the capacity single-handedly to arrange?
When I look at the profile they gave me, yes.
Yes, but who'd done the arrangement on this loan? Who had actually done the arrangement on this loan as far as you were concerned?
The The people that I worked with in the initial stage was Erikut with Musilo and Nswana.
Yes, and they were all at that stage part of regiments, is that
Yes,
not so?
yes.
Had you seen anybody from Trillion actually arranging this loan?
At the beginning, when we didn't this with this, they were not there.
Yes, they weren't there. And the arrangements were made by people then at regiments.
That's precisely true.
Yes. So when you said Trillion has capacity and capability, why did you say that?
That's when after I've met Daniel Roy, and he provided me with his business profile.
And you thought one man, Mr. Roy, could arrange a 12 billion rand loan for Transnet?
I did not ask him his what the number of people that he worked with, their qualification, and that I did not enter into.
But you do accept now that your answer to the question, does Trillion have the capacity and capability to underwrite the loan, was incorrect. They didn't have that capacity.
Because of the information he gave me.
Sorry.
Because of the information he gave me.
No. The capacity and capability to underwrite the loan. You never believed that they could underwrite the loan.
Through yourself, Chairperson, I said this was not the intention of how to respond to this one.
Hang on one sec. I thought earlier on you did say that Trillion didn't have the capacity and capability
To underwrite.
to underwrite.
Yes.
Yes.
Did not have the capacity to underwrite.
Yes.
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 Mr. Thomas's next question is Trillion going to provide the exact same service that JP Morgan was going to provide, and why is theirs potentially different from JP Morgan? And your answer to that was Trillion will provide the same services. You see that on page 514. Was Trillion going to provide the same services?
No, I've already stated in the above that actually they don't have the capacity, so they were not going to provide the same service. So
it's two answers in a row that are both incorrect and both create the same incorrect impression. Is that not correct? Would you accept that? That both of those answers, Trillion has capacity and capability, and Trillion will provide the same services, were both wrong.
At the time when I look at this, I was not aware that it is like this, but now I can see that I should have written them that way.
So you should have said, no, Trillion does not have the capacity and capability, and no, Trillion will not be providing the same service.
No, I should have indicated that Trillion is going to give different services than what JP Morgan was going to give.
Yes, and it didn't have the capacity and capability to provide the services that JP Morgan was going to provide.
The underwriting capacity.
Yes. Now, on a loan of 12 billion, underwriting, I'd imagine, is quite important.
It was quite important, but at the time, they were not willing to offer that balance sheet.
Sorry, they were not willing?
To offer the balance sheet.
JP Morgan was not willing to offer the balance
Yes.
sheet. So JP Morgan were not prepared to do the underwriting.
Precisely.
Was that because they considered it too risky?
I think it was because of the concentration, because they were doing the cross-currency swap on the CDB loan.
I see. But Trillion, who were not going to underwrite at all, were willing to come in and arrange, apparently.
They didn't have this requisite balance sheet to underwrite that much.
Yeah, they didn't have a balance sheet to underwrite that much. Yes, that is correct.
Because the precursor to the transaction, to the Trillion transaction, was regiments which have already done a lot of work. So there was no requirement for the underwriting.
Yes, but was there any underwriting provided on this club loan?
No, there was no underwriting provided.
Let's look at the next question from Mr. Thomas. And it said the regiment's fee was for the successful conclusion of the funding transaction. Thus, I'd interpret that being the hedging and loan. Based on how I am seeing Trillion being paid, is that not duplicate to what was paid to regiments? So he's saying, are you not paying Trillion for something that you've already paid regiments? And
No.
your answer is no duplication with regiments, and why is that?
Because the regiments did the CDB loan and the advisory on the cross-currency transaction. So this was a syndication, I mean, a club loan for the 12 billion rand.
See. And the last question we needn't concern ourselves with because it just deals with amounts. Can I take you to 517?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson, before you move away from page 514, Mr. Mosibudi, those two answers that you gave that are not correct. As I understand the position, this is not a case where at that time when you gave those answers, you thought that Trillion did have capacity and capability, and that Trillion would provide the same services, but since then you have discovered that they didn't have. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, you're correct.
Yes. So how did it come about that you gave answers that were not in line with your knowledge of Trillion's capability and the services that they would provide?
Not, Chairperson, it was not a question of trying to give you a different answer. Because the issue was that Trillion was going to do the syndication of the club loan. It was not about the underwriting, because in the appointment of JP Morgan, it was not exclusively saying it's an underwriting. It was raising the $1 billion equivalent in rand, and underwriting and syndication.
Well, maybe let's take those answers one at a time. A third bullet point, page 514, to the question whether Trillion had the capacity and capability, you said Trillion has capacity and capability. Based on on your previous answer to me, it seems to me that you should not have said that, because that's not what you believed to be the position. Is that correct?
The capacity I was mentioning here was not necessarily from a trend, balance sheet point of view, because I knew from day one at the time that the Trillion doesn't have the sufficient balance sheet.
Yes.
The capacity was that, do they have the competencies
Yes.
and skill required for the type of transaction that we want to do?
Yes.
Yes, that I know it was correct, because a whole lot of work was already done. As I said, prior to the changeover of regiments and Trillion through their SD requirements, that work was done. So that capacity, from a competency point of view, that was already achieved. So that's why I was casually saying it's okay, it's the same service, it's the same capacity.
Well, now let's take it with, was it true, was it correct to respond to the question by saying Trillion had capacity and capability? Was it correct?
To leave it
Bearing in mind what the question was.
To leave it at that level it's not correct. I should have expanded more.
Yes, okay, all right. And as you said, you are not just saying it's not correct because you subsequently discovered that they did not have capacity, but at that time you thought they had. You knew at that time that they did not have capacity.
From a balance sheet point of view, yes.
Yes, which is what was required, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So my question is, how did it come about that you gave an answer that was not in accordance with your knowledge of their capacity and capability?
I'm saying through yourself, Chairperson, that I should have expanded to say they don't have the balance sheet for underwriting, but they have capacity and the competencies to do the work.
Oh,
That's what I should have done.
How did it come about that you didn't add that qualification to make sure it accorded with your knowledge? How did that come about? That you did not add that qualification?
I think it was just a casual mishap that I left it, and not that it was intentional.
And then on the next one, Trillion will provide the same services. How did that come about that you said Trillion would provide the same services in circumstances where, as I understand your evidence, you knew at the time that Trillion would not provide the same services?
I guess I applied the same, I can say I applied the same argument from this, from the above.
Okay, Mr. Chaskason.
Thank you, Chair. Can we go to page 517? And that's an extract from the minutes of the Board Acquisitions and Disposals Committee on 1 October, which resolved the following: the appointment of Trillion to replace JP Morgan as lead manager of the US $1 billion ZAR equivalent club loan, which was previously confined to JP Morgan, the termination of JP Morgan on the ZAR syndication loan, and delegation to the Group Chief Executive to approve and sign all documentation relating to this confinement. So the Board Acquisition and Disposals Committee on 1 October gave the appointment to Trillion. Let's look at the minutes, or the narrative of those minutes that start at page 518. First, we see who was present there. Mr. Stan Shane was the chairperson. Ms. Elsie Mabaso was a member. Mr. Z.A. Nagdi, another member, and Mr. Seleke, who was a member. Mr. Seleke, I understand, at one stage became DG of Public Enterprises. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
Mr. Nagdi, do you know of him?
I can't recall.
Yes, there'll be some interesting evidence about Mr. Nagdi in the forthcoming weeks. Mr. Mabaso, or Ms. Mabaso?
I remember her.
And what about Mr. S.D. Shane?
I remember him. It was
Who
the
was
first time
he?
I met him that day in the chairperson. Yeah,
Sorry?
I remember him.
Did he disclose any relationship with Trillion that you recall? Were you aware that he had any relationship with Trillion?
I don't know that. When I came to the meeting, it was already.
I see.
The
But in
disclosure
your,
part was already.
in your encounters with Mr. Shane, did he ever disclose that he had a relationship with Trillion?
Unfortunately, I never interacted with board members.
I see. He never mentioned, for instance, that he had a Trillion email address.
I never interacted with board members,
I
chairperson.
see. And if we see partial attendance under paragraph 1.3, down at the bottom, 3 from the bottom, Mr. P. Ramosabudi, Group Treasurer. So you were at the meeting, at least in part.
I came in to present that submission.
Well, let's look at that submission. Let's go to 526. And page 526, paragraph 5.8, change in lead manager for ZAR club loan. Mr. Ramosabudi joined the meeting at 17:15. Management took the committee through the submission as contained in the meeting pack. When they say management, would that be you?
Yes.
The submission was taken as read. The purpose of the submission was to request the committee to approve the following: the appointment of Trillion in place of JP Morgan as lead manager of the US $1 billion Rand equivalent club loan, which was previously confined to JP Morgan, the termination of JP Morgan on the ZAR syndication loan, delegation of authority to the GCE to approve all documentation relating to this confinement, management indicated that the company had signed the mandate letter and term sheet for the US dollar 2.5 billion 15-year amortizing loan from China Development Bank to finance 232 and 359 locomotives from China North Railways and China South Railways, respectively. The committee noted that the company decided to split the transaction into two tranches, namely the US dollar 1.5 billion tranche and the standby facility of US dollars 1 billion tranche. JP Morgan was appointed through a confinement approved by the committee to lead the ZAR club loan as a substitute for the US 1 billion standby facility to lower the overall cost of the transaction and to avoid forex exposure and the need for cross-currency swaps. The committee noted that Trillion is a black-owned company. Can I just stop there? You presented this. Had you seen any evidence that Trillion was a black-owned company?
Chairperson, I can't recall me presenting in that fashion.
So sorry, you can't recall you presenting that?
So, yeah, because there's a submission that was submitted, so that's what I was taking them through. So I can't recall if this is what was written there.
You're not sure that that was written on the submission?
I cannot recall that.
You can't recall?
Can you recall whether you would have said it even if it wasn't in the submission or not? Or that you may have said it even though it might not have been in the written submission?
No, Chairperson, I present things that I've written down or things that I've gone through in the submission that, so I can't, unless I have that submission here, then I can tell you, this is what is.
Of course, you may have had no reference in the written submission to Trillion being a black-owned company, but if somebody in the meeting asked the question, you might have given information that was not in the written submission, I would imagine, if you had knowledge of what they were asking. I take it.
I know I present things that I have knowledge of.
Yes.
And because I might have read them through the document.
Yes.
That's what I would have done. But at where I'm sitting now, I can't recollect that this is what I said.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you don't know whether you knew at that time you knew Trillion to be a black-owned company? You don't remember how your knowledge was as to whether it was a black-owned company?
The fact that Eddie Thomas, who I interacted with in the previous email, was responsible for procurement, you could have verified that information if it was in the submission itself.
But you don't know whether
that's why
what you knew and what you didn't know at the time.
When we draft submission through yourself, Chairperson, there's a whole lot of other people that contribute. And if you look at it from this draft, I can see is myself, himself, Eddie Thomas, and Gary Peter and Siyabonga Mungama who signed off. So Eddie Thomas would have contributed from a procurement perspective for the information that he presented there.
Okay. Mr. Chairperson.
So we should speak to Mr. Thomas about the BEE credentials of Trillion.
He can candidly speak on the procurement issues and BEE issues.
Thank you. There are some things that you can speak on, though. Let's get to those. Trillion is the black-owned company and supply development partner of Regiment's Capital, the funding advisor on the 1064 locomotives transaction. Trillion was found capable of delivering on the required club loan deal at a more comparable price than the JP Morgan proposal, resulting in a saving of approximately 820 million, with 10% fees being payable to Trillion for the transaction, 82 million. So let me ask you two questions. You'll recall that Regiment's appointment on the 1064 locomotives transaction was something that the BADC had already considered and had put a budget on. Used to be 90, I think remember we looked at it earlier, I think it was 95 and then it jumped up to by another 166 on the China Development Bank loan, which facilitated after, with that, about 147 million going to Albertheim and then on to Sahara. But that mandate had a number on it. It had been increased to 265 million. That was what Transnet had allocated for that advisory function. On what basis was it now possible to find another 82 million for that mandate?
Chairperson, and I think I've already indicated in the previous question that I cannot competently discuss or respond on procurement numbers or procurement processes at this point in time, because I'm not fully conversant with them. Should there have been or had an opportunity to procure something, it was always referred to procurement, and then they will deal with procurement issues.
But I understand Mr. Chaskalson's question not to be a procurement a question, if I could put it that way. I understand it to be a financial one, in the sense that he is saying what would have been the basis to find another 82 million rand? Mr. Chaskalson, you must tell me if I've misunderstood you.
That's correct, Chair.
It's not a procurement issue to say, can you do this, can you not do this? Just say, what would be the basis for finding 82 million, in addition, another 82 million rand at that time?
Chairperson, Mr. Chaskalson is talking about an extension of contract with regiments to 200 number, 35 number. And this is a payment to Trillion, which is not linked to that extension contract. So I just don't understand why is he linking the two transactions.
As I understand the way Transnet budgets in relation to its procurement, is in relation to any given procurement, there is a budget given to the procurement as a whole, which will include the primary contractor and the supplier development partner. And that budget, I was told, or we saw previously, had initially been 99, and then it jumped to 265, I think it was. Have I misunderstood how Transnet budgets?
I don't know, because I was not part of the budgeting process around contractors, main contractors and subcontractors. That I have no clue. That's why in this transaction, Eddie Thomas was brought in to deal with those specific issues.
Maybe we'll have some conversations with Mr. Thomas. But there is something about which you very much did know about. Look at that last phrase. Trillion was found capable of delivering on the required loan deal at a more comparable price than the JP Morgan proposal, resulting in a saving of approximately 820 million, with 10% fees being payable to Trillion for the transaction, 82 million. Now, where on earth does that figure 820 million come from? You presented this.
Yes, I presented this, Chairperson.
Do you remember what your last memo in relation to savings and apples and oranges was?
I remember the draft, Chairperson.
So let me take you back there, 11 September. It's at page 491.
I'm at 491.
Do you see that table? Do you remember that table?
Yes, I remember the table.
And there are two tables in the top half of the page. The one says savings achieved by securing club loan at 68 basis points cheaper than the equivalent dollar funding from CDB. It says savings in ZAR, 478 million, which then becomes 502 million. I'm not sure. How does 478 become 502?
Chairperson, it's difficult to discuss a draft. Because if you look at this, it was my first draft that I sent it to Gary's office. And from Gary's office, there's a whole lot of people who have contributed into this draft. So as is in front of me, I see a draft. So I cannot comparably say this draft is what has gone to the ADC for approval.
No, I'm sure it didn't go to the ADC for approval, but if you remember the genesis of this draft, Regiments gave you a draft that compared this new club loan with the JP Morgan deal and found a saving of about 763 million, and you said that's apples and oranges. Rather compare this new deal with the China Development Bank deal. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
So you wanted apples compared with apples.
Yes, I remember that.
And when the apples came back compared with apples from Regiments, the saving was 502 million.
Yes, I remember that.
And then when we go to apples against oranges, we see 763 million. But nowhere do we see 820 million.
Because that's a draft. That was a draft which was still to be worked. And the final draft is not what I see here.
Yes, I know the final draft is not what you see here, but we know that you motivated a saving of 820 million. Do you have any recollection of how you motivated that 820 million?
There was a final draft which was worked out, and that final draft, I think the people who contributed to the, they worked out, the numbers properly.
And who would those people have been?
I know I worked with my team in the Treasury, and then another person that I worked with here for the development of this document is Eddie, and then there was Helen Walsh who worked on this document. Actually, Helen Walsh worked on the final document. And then there was a lady also in finance who worked on this document called, I forgot it, but her surname is Chukudu.
Sorry, Chukudu.
Yeah.
And as you stand now, you just don't know how this figure of 820 million arose.
And the final document, which is, and if you look at it, it is very different from this one. This is the final document, Chair, that I have. It's the one that went to the ADC.
Or is it a document that we don't have in the
I think it's a
bundle?
document you don't have.
Oh, okay. So I'm sure Mr. Chaskalson would love to get a copy.
Could I have a look at it?
I'll share with you.
Thank you very much. Can I just glance at it and then you keep it and I'll ask some questions. Chair, I wonder if we could have copies made of this document for yourself so that
Yes.
when I ask the questions, you can at least see it.
Yes. No.
In the meantime, I'll move on so that we
Yes,
don't
that's
waste
fine.
time, but we
Yeah.
will come back to it.
Okay.
So we'll come back to how 50.2 became 82. But let's then see what happened after this meeting on This meeting was on 1 October. Can we go to 545?
Did you say 545?
545, Chair, yes.
545.
545. And there on 16 November, you'll see an email from yourself to yourself attaching a document called Trillion Mandate. And if you go to the next page, 546, you'll see a draft of a mandate to Trillion. And it runs for, I think, 7 pages. And if you go to 560, you'll see the signed version of it on 18 November 2015. Well, sorry, it's late in the day. Can I go back to 16 November? Do you recall sending this draft mandate to yourself on 16 November? Yes, well, that's the first question. Do you accept that this email where you attached the draft mandate, send it to yourself, was something that you did on 16 November?
I can't recall.
Can't recall. Did you draft the draft mandate?
No.
So, who drafted the draft mandate?
I think it was just picked from the.
Sorry, you think it was?
This was picked. This they drafted themselves. I shared a generic mandate.
Sorry, you shared?
A generic mandate.
A generic mandate. So this would have come from Transnet Legal?
Yeah.
It would have come.
No. This one was discussed between Transnet and Trillion.
But it's a document that you have in draft form. Let's go to page 546. It says print on Trillion headed note paper. And you have the draft. How would a draft that says print on Trillion headed note paper get to you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chaskal, did you say we should go to 506?
Sorry, 546, Chair.
546.
546. How would a draft which says print on Trillion headed note paper get to you?
Because we deal with various institutions, they don't want to deviate from the standard process that a client has. So you shared with them a draft a term sheet or a draft legal document or a draft facility agreement to put on their letterhead if they feel confident that it captures their interest.
And who would the relevant institution be here who would be concerned about?
We have dealt with, through yourself, Chairperson, with a number of counterparties, in either syndicated loans or club loans or bilateral loans or facility agreements, that I've dealt with most institutions. And we exchange and share facility agreements or draft facility agreements or draft bilateral loan agreements to the extent that satisfies me and them, then it gets concluded by the legals.
Just so that I understand, the mandate would have been Transnet's mandate to Trillion, isn't it? The mandate.
It could be Transnet's mandate, it could be a draft mandate that we have used with a different client.
Yes, but what I'm talking about, ultimately,
Ultimately,
The mandate that
yes.
we're talking about would have been Transnet's mandate 2 trillion.
It will be a mandate between Trillion and Transnet.
Yes.
Ultimately.
Yes, but somebody must give a mandate.
Yes, we're right.
Yes, and that would be Transnet.
No, it could give any. It could give any.
Well, who was going to be, I mean, wasn't Trillion going to be rendering a service or doing work for Transnet? And Transnet therefore had to say, this is the scope of your mandate.
Yeah,
If I employ you as my financial advisor, I decide the scope of your mandate. If I employ Mr. Chaskalson as my advocate, and I say, deal with this criminal matter, his mandate falls within the criminal matter. I can't start dealing with my commercial matters. I decide the scope of the mandate. And he can say if he's happy with it, that's fine. If he's not happy with it, I'll go and look for somebody who will be happy with it.
no, the scope of the mandate is what would have been agreed, which should be reflected in the mandate itself.
Yes, but the principal, as it were, is it not the principal who says, this is what I want you to do? Then you can say, I'm happy with that, or you might say, well, I would like you to give me more, bigger scope of the mandate for reason A, B, C, D, and then the principal says, okay, I'll give you more, or no, I'm not giving you more.
No, the scope
Or
of
is there some,
Sorry, Chairperson, that I talk over you.
yeah. No, I'm saying, is there something I'm missing?
No, the scope would have been agreed up front, but the nature of the mandate could be anywhere, coming from anywhere. You can come from the supplier of the service, or it could be from the client who is receiving the service. But ultimately, we need to negotiate the terms of that mandate to be agreed upon and sign off.
Mr. Chaskalson, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm not going to push this further, but can I ask you then to go down to page 562? And there we see the signed version of the mandate, signed by Siyabonga Gama, Gary Peter, and Daniel Roy for Trillion on 18 November 2015. Is this what was then the contract between Transnet and Trillion?
There's a signed contract between Transnet and Trillion.
Can I take you to page 568? That signed contract was dated 18 November 2015. Trillion wasted very little time. On the same day, they issued an invoice to Transnet for 82 million plus VAT, coming to 93,480,000. The signatures on that invoice that I see, do you identify them as Gary Peter and Siyabonga Gama?
And what page is that, Mr.?
At 568.
Oh, okay.
Can you identify those two signatures as Gary Peter and Siyabonga Gama?
Yes, true.
So those would have been the people inside Transnet who authorized payment of this invoice.
Yes, true.
And if we go to 569, we see a payment advice issued the following day, 19 November 2015, to pay Trillion Asset Management 93,480,000. Is it again Gary Peter and Siyabonga Gama whose signatures we see authorizing that? Mr. Ramosabudi?
That's their signature, yes.
That's their signatures. Is it the practice of Transnet usually to pay on one day after invoice?
I wouldn't know, Chairperson, the arrangement between the client or the supplier and the client. these things, they've happened, outside my area of payment.
I see. Well, the evidence will show that the amount of 93,480 was paid into Trillion's bank account on 4 December 2015. Are you aware that 4 days later, 80% of that amount, being 74,784, was transferred to Albertine?
I'm not aware, Chairperson.
And you aren't aware now, and you weren't aware then?
I wasn't aware then, and I'm just coming to be aware now from this, from the evidence leader, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, can you think of any reason why, did Albertine play any role whatsoever in the club loan?
Chairperson, that's beyond my comprehension in terms of who was paid out of the payment that went to Trillion. I did not know that.
Well, what Mr. Chaskalson seeks to establish is whether, to your knowledge, Albertine had any role to play in regard to this transaction.
No, they didn't have a role to play with me directly.
Yes, okay.
Had you encountered Albertine at all?
No, I have never encountered Albertine.
Nobody mentioned Albertine to you at the time?
You mentioned the name yesterday, and I started seeing him from your 1064 directive.
And Mr. Kuben Mudli, did anyone mention his name? Because
I started seeing the name from the media, and then you mentioned the details here as from yesterday.
But at the time, nobody mentioned
No,
his
I
name.
never heard of him at the time.
We have to move, I'm afraid, to one more of these spinning transactions. And for that, can I take you to page 570? And let's just recap a little bit before we get to 570. We start off with Transnet having a RAND-based liability in relation to the purchase of locomotives. Transnet then changes 2.5 billion of that RAND-based liability into a dollar-based liability with the China Development Bank, and in the process 189 million goes to Regiment's capital, 78% of which is immediately passed on to Albertine, who in turn transfer that in almost the entire amount to Sahara Computers. Then we have Transnet deciding that after all they want to turn some of their dollar liability back into a rand liability, and a club loan gets arranged. Initially that was going to be JP Morgan, then it became Regiments, and eventually it becomes Trillion, who at that stage seems to be Daniel Roy in terms of an interaction with Transnet, and for that Trillion get paid inclusive of VAT 93,480,000 to turn $1 billion worth of loan exposure into the equivalent rand exposure, and within a couple of days 80% of the 93 million goes to Albertine. We now have a situation where there is a 12 billion rand exposure on the club loan. Mr. Ramos Abudi, was that a fixed or a floating exposure?
This was a floating exposure.
Right. And early in December, bearing in mind that the ink was barely dry on the Trillion invoice for 93 million from 18 November for the club loan, someone got the idea of actually swapping the interest rate exposure on the club loan from floating to fixed. And whoever that someone was, told Donnie Smith at Transnet. And do you know who, can you tell the chair who Donnie Smith is?
Chairperson, Danny Smith was one of the persons working in Treasury. He was responsible for an area in Treasury called risk management and compliance.
Can I ask you to go to page 570?
I'm at 570, Chairperson.
And there you'll see that on 2 December, Donnie Smith sent an email to you and to Gary Peter in relation to the interest rate risk on the 12 billion club loan. Do you recall? The narrative is, "Hi Gary and Petolo, my humble opinion on the interest rate risk exposure of the club loan. Kind regards, Donnie." Do you recall receiving that email?
I cannot recall.
Well, maybe if you read the memorandum, it will refresh your mind. It's drafted in your name to go to Gary Peter, and it explains why Donnie Smith thinks it would be a very bad idea to swap floating interest on the club loan to fixed interest with an interest rate swap. Let's look at the conclusion at 572. Conclusion, it is recommended that the club loan not be switched to a fixed rate exposure by means of an interest swap due to the following. If there was a definite need to fix the rate during finalization of the club loan, the loan should have been dealt as fixed, as any swap will create an amount of volatility in the income statement due to fair value movements which could be minimized by the application of hedge accounting. So can I just put to you my understanding of what Donnie Smith is saying there? If we thought we needed fixed when we were raising the club loan, we should have raised fixed on the club loan, not floating. Isn't that what he's saying?
I'm not too sure of that, Chairperson. I think Dennis just simply says it's not recommending that.
No, I don't want you to express a view on whether Donnie was right or wrong, but I just want us to understand what Donnie is saying. So is he saying in the first instance, if we wanted fixed for the club loan, we should have raised fixed on the club loan, not floating? Isn't that what he's saying?
No, that's true.
Yes. Second point, he says, interest rate swaps will use massive credit lines from banks, which is not that freely available over a 15-year tenor, and these lines are required to hedge forex-related exposures due to MDS requirements. He's saying if we do this interest rate swap, we're going to tie up a big proportion of the credit lines that we need. That's what he's saying, is it not? I'm not asking you to express an opinion on whether it's right or wrong.
Yes. That's what he says, yes.
Then he says swaps will come at a cost which need to be determined in the market. It's going to cost us to do these swaps. Do you remember what it ultimately did cost us to do these swaps? Do you remember?
Okay.
Do you remember? He says swaps will come at a cost which need to be determined in the market. And
That's what he says, yeah.
Yes, and do you remember what the cost ultimately turned out to be?
No, I can't remember.
If I were to say to you 229 million rands, would you be able to contradict me?
That's the number you saw, Chairperson. I did not have that exposure.
I see. Liquidity for the 12 billion will have to be tested in the market. There's currently a gap of around 200 basis points between the cost of a floating rate loan and the indicative cost to fix. And based on the forecasts from BER and the additional pressure the cost of swapping to fix will create on the cash interest cover ratio of the group, it's not recommended to swap the club loan from floating to fix. What's he saying there?
He says the differential between the fixed and the floating rate is 200 basis points. It's 2%.
Yes.
That's what he says.
And that's going to put, the extra 2% is going to put pressure on the cash interest cover ratio.
Pressure on the cash interest cover ratio.
Yes.
That's what he says, yeah.
So let's look at what happens. Gary Peter first responds. Can you go to page 577? Uh, 577. Gary Peters' response to this memo was, "Thanks, Donnie, it's well written and I understand the logic. Petolo, are you in agreement that we don't enter into the swaps?" You recall receiving this from Gary Peter?
I see it here, yeah. So
Yes.
it means it came to me, yeah.
Maybe this will refresh your memory. Can you go to page 578? This is an email from you to Eric Wood. It forwards Gary Peters' email, and it says, "I need to sort this one out."
True.
What were you saying to Eric Wood?
I think subsequent to that, I get a call from Eric Hood to say that Dan is not cooperating on what he was requested to do.
Yes. Was Eric Wood going to be the one who was going to be paid 229 million if this transaction went through?
Regiments was working on the transaction.
Yes. And he said, "Donnie's not cooperating," and you said, "I need to sort this one out."
Precisely true.
Why did you say, "I need to sort this one out"?
As the head of the function, I cannot, allow somebody in my function or in my area not to be happy of something that needs to be done. So I need to understand the reason why he was not happy about it.
I'm sorry, can I ask you to repeat that answer, but face this side? I didn't hear properly.
Sorry, Chairperson. I said, that's true. I wanted to make sure that I resolve the issues between Eric and Danny, so that we can have a common ground on the expectation that needed to be done.
But or maybe I should let you, Mr. Chaskasen, deal with what Eric Wood meant by saying Mr. Dennis Smith was not cooperating, or do you want me to?
Chair,
What did he mean by saying Mr. Dennis Smith was not cooperating?
I think, if I can recollect well, because Danny and Eric were communicating about the cash flow profile that needed to be swapped at the time. And there was probably whatever Eric requested from Danny at the time, Danny was not happy about it.
Well, obviously, Eric would maybe wanted the swap. Did he not want the swap?
No, he wanted the cash flow profile to do the swap. Because you can't do a swap without having the cash flow profile. You need to have the cash flow profile to then be able to then model out what the interest rate profile is going to be, what are the cash flow profile going to be, what are the interest rate is going to be derived from the yield curve that you are using. So that's what I think they had an issue between the two of them.
But did you get to understand exactly what the nature of Mr. Smith's non-cooperation was as far as Eric Wood was concerned?
Yes, Chairperson, which is generally reduced it into this memo.
What was it? What was the nature of his non-cooperation?
He didn't want to give Eric the profiles.
Oh,
And then when he didn't want to give him the profiles of the cash flow profile,
yeah.
he then subsequently reduced it in this memo.
Oh, okay, Mr.
Yes.
Chaskasen.
But what he was saying in this memo has nothing to do with cash flow profiles. It says a swap is a very bad idea. We don't need to do this. It's going to cost us. It's going to put stress on our interest ratio. it's bad for a range of different reasons. And when Gary Peter read it, he agreed. So it has nothing to do with whether or not he's giving cash flow profiles to Mr. Wood.
Chairperson, I'm giving you the genesis of the issues, why I said I will sort it out, because I wanted to go and talk to Danny about it. Let me give you the genesis of the, without taking much time. In one occasion, I can't remember exactly well, in one occasion, I was asked about every quarter we present a risk management report to board, a subcommittee, which was risk committee, I forgot the exact name. And in that presentation, we give profile of our exposures in interest rate, exchange rate, commodities, because Transnet is exposed to commodities. And the question arose at one of the meetings, which I can't recall at this point in time.
The Audit and Risk Committee, I suppose.
Yes, the question arises, what is your interest rate strategy? Yeah? Do you have a risk management strategy in detail? And through that, the CFO at the time was Gary Peter, who requested Petulo, can you do me a risk management strategy? You know, seeing that we have raised a whole lot of funding in floating rate than fixed rate. And when I look at one of the submissions, the prior that, when there was a recommendation for the funding of the locomotive, there was a submission which details that we need to move our range from wherever it was to something 40 to 60, fixed floating. And we were not there. We were sitting around a very low level of around 20% of floating. I mean fixed, a whole lot of our funding was in floating. So we developed a document to deal with the interest rate risk management strategy. Chairperson as the head of the function, with over 30 employees, I cannot sit and write a document that deals with treasury. I've got respective heads, I empowered them, and one of those was Danny. And Danny had over 40 years with Transnet, and he was 12 years older than me. I don't think I would instruct him to do things that he was not willing to do. When I got to that, I involved him. It's his area of expertise. While it's also my area of expertise, but because he's the head of that function, I gave him the duty to work on an interest rate strategy. He developed the document. And in the document, we presented it to Gary. I think it also went to risk management committee. In there, he himself, Danny, recommended to do an interest rate swaps. I did not. He did it. So sorting out was, Danny, is there any other thing that we could do other than, because we have developed it, it means if we don't do it, we have misled the board. And that's not what I wanted to do.
Okay, Mr. Chaskalson.
Mr. Ramosabudi, I have to put to you that that answer is simply false. Can I take you to page 580? And there is an email that you sent to Gary Peter at 12:50, and I just want to put that in perspective. Your one line at Eric Wood, need to sort this one out. It was 12:32. So 18 minutes later, you send an email to Gary Smith, Gary Peter copying Donnie Smith. Hi, Gary. I guess this is true if the club loan is the only transaction Transnet is doing for the entire MDS period. Amid the volatile economic environment ahead of us, with higher inflationary environment, it's important to manage the interest rate expectations going forward to create that certainty in Transnet interest expense for the management of the CIC. It is therefore prudent in a high inflation environment and volatile exchange rate to fix most of the commitment for the same reasons. This will help us to reduce the number of variables to manage the declining EBITDA levels. I'm sorry you received a conflicting message from Dani, who didn't consult with me on this. As head of Treasury, I'm concerned with exchange rate and inflation expectations, and it's prudent to manage this risk appropriately. A proper submission is on the way for approval. So that's what you wrote to Gary. Do you accept that's what you wrote to Gary?
That's what I wrote to Gary. Yes, I accept.
And what you were saying is, as head of Treasury, I need an interest swap. Is that not right?
Because of what we've already promised that we need to do, we need to hedge our exposures to interest rate and cross-currency swap, cross-currency risk.
But if you didn't want a floating exposure, why had you incurred a 12 billion rand floating exposure the previous month, which you are now swapping to a fixed exposure at a 229 million cost that was going to be paid to regiments?
It is known, Chairperson, in the market that is very difficult to get a funding in a fixed rate in the market of the similar sizes that we have been raising in the market. You know, even from a personal point of view, just to go and raise a loan in the market, I mean a mortgage bond, they don't give you a fixed rate, they give you a floating rate. Because the banks, the fund managers, their easy funding rate is a floating rate. It's easy for them to expand that to a client than a fixed rate. Because what it calls for is that they must go and hedge it without an appropriate counterparty on the other side. So what they could want to do is to avoid that so that they can pass the hedging cost from one end to the other without being involved from that transaction. And that's what happens in the market. I've indicated I've over 25 years in this market. I've worked for National Treasury, I did the same transaction. I worked for Development Bank, I worked for National Housing Finance, I worked for AXA, SAA, and Transnet on 2 occasions. And those are the transactions we've been doing. They are not peculiar.
What do you say to Mr. Danny Smith's point in that email that he sent, where he said if Transnet wanted a fixed rate, interest rate, that should have been done at the beginning, if I remember correctly. The email that I think Gary Peter responded to by saying it's well written, I can understand the logic. You remember the point that Danny Smith made in that email?
Yeah, I remember some points, and some points that he raised were around the swap come at a cost.
Yeah, you didn't respond to him, or did you?
I didn't respond to him.
You did?
No, I didn't respond to him.
Yes, he made a certain point and he was against this proposal, and Gary Peter agreed with him. So my question is, how do you meet his point? Or how did you meet his point?
No, the issues that he was raising here, he was raising an issue of swap will come at a cost. Whether you raise a fixed rate loan today, the bank will price you from a floating rate to a fixed rate, they will add a cost.
Mr. Chaskalson.
So that cost will be there. The gap of 200 basis points between the cost of a floating rate and a fixed rate, that's what is in the market. And in an actual fact, what we've achieved, on an average, I don't think we've achieved over 200 basis points. It could have been less than 200 basis points.
Mr. Chaskalson, I don't know whether Mr. Ramo Sabuti answered your much earlier question when you said the explanation he gave was false, and then you referred him to his email.
Yes.
So I'm just mentioning that and leaving it to you to, if you want to go back to it or you want to move on. I just don't seem to remember that he.
Well, I put it to him that the explanation about Donnie not sending cash flow values to Eric Wood and problems of that nature was simply false. I don't propose to take it further.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Ramosabudi, do you know what these swaps have cost Transnet as of today?
No, I'm more than 2 years out of Transnet, and no, I don't know.
Well, at the point at which you left Transnet, was Transnet trying to get out of the swaps?
No, Transnet was not trying to get out of the swaps.
It certainly is now. These swaps have cost Transnet more than 1.5 billion rands. Can you contradict that?
I don't know. I've never checked the valuations of those swaps.
Sorry, you know?
I've never seen the valuation of those swaps.
I see. If I put it to you that these swaps are more than 1.5 billion underwater from the Transnet side at this point, you can't contradict that?
I can't contradict because the interest rate has gone down now. There was an artificial cutting down of interest rate, which is not necessarily what was happening in the market to take care of the challenges that we're facing from a COVID point of view.
I see. Well, let's just finish off here. If we go to page 582, Donnie Smith was less resolute than we would have hoped him to be. There's an email back to you on 2 December 1340. Hi, Petolo. I'm really sorry that I created a conflicting message, as this was never the intention. My understanding from you earlier was to do the memo which I need to give to you and Gary. My sincere apologies. I do not want a situation where the two of us are not working together. I want to cooperate with you all the time. Please let's discuss how I can change the memo to ensure you're comfortable to take to Gary. I also apologize to Gary. I have no problem with that. I'll come and discuss when you're available. Do you recall receiving that?
I can't recall receiving that, but I know me and Dan had a good working relationship. You might have written it back to me.
I see. And then if we go down to 584, we see a new memorandum that says exactly the opposite of what Donnie Smith had intended to say. And the purpose of this memorandum is to obtain approval from the acting group chief financial officer to hedge the interest rate exposures from a float for fixed basis for the amount of 12 billion, to instruct Regiment's Capital as per the 1064 locomotives mandate to execute the hedges with Transnet approved counterparts, and 1.3, the execution cost of hedges by Regiment's Capital will be all inclusive in the rate of the interest swap. So, can I put to you what was going to happen? You are now recommending that interest swaps take place, and that the cost of those swaps in terms of a fee to regiments would be hidden in the rate of the interest rate swap. So there wouldn't be a payment to regiments that anyone at Transnet would see. All that would happen is that the spread on the swap would go up by 20 basis points at Transnet's expense. Is that what was being suggested there?
But that's how pricing of this type of transactions, of instruments happen in the market.
Yes, but in terms of procurement, you'll recall that this 1064 locomotives mandate that I think initially started out under 20 million and then grew and became 90 and then had 166 added onto it for the China Development Bank to become 265 and then had another 82 added onto it to accommodate Trillions 82 million bonanza on the club loan, was now going to have to accommodate the present value of a 20 basis point fee to Regiment's Capital if that went to the board, the BADC. There would have to be 229 million added to the 265 plus 82 that we'd seen already. Do you think you'd have got that past the BADC? I'm asking a question. Do you think the BADC, even that BADC, would have approved another 229 million on the 1064 locomotives mandate for regiment's capital?
Because this is through yourself, Chairperson, they are done under that mandate. So it means that mandate is approved, the management of risk exposures that emanates from the funding of 1064.
Yes, but if you had to pay 229 million out, the BADC would have to look at it and would have to put their names to another 229 million to regiments. Do you think that was there a risk that they wouldn't have done that? That's a question.
To the extent that the motivation talks of the cost and benefit of the transaction, I guess the decision would depend on what value or cost is derived from, what value is derived from the cost that is going to be spent from that type of a transaction.
Did this ever go to the BADC?
The 1064 mandate approval, I think it went through the BAC.
I'm not talking about the 1064 mandate approval. I'm talking about this payment to regiments that was going to have a present value of 229 million.
I guess it was covered in that mandate for the funding and the risk management.
No, Mr. Ramosabudi, your answer is incorrect because we've seen what the mandate was from our previous visit to the BADC. Prior to Trillion, that mandate had been fixed at 265, and there had to be a special decision of the BADC to get it up to 265.
The scope of work was covered in the mandate.
Yes, but the money wasn't, was it?
The scope of work was covered in the mandate, Chairperson. So the specific transactions in terms of how they are done, because they are not paid out of the budget from Transnet point of view, and not just because they wanted to be that way, but it's the way the nature of the instrument price is in the market. It's not covered in the budget from a procurement point of view, but from an interest cost line at the budget level.
Well, I want to put to you that this particular payment to regiment's capital, or which was supposed to be to regiment's capital, was certainly not covered by any budget in 1064.
Chairperson, that line budget of interest expense is a component of what funding is going to be done in the market and how it's going to change the profile of the revenue stream, and it has to be captured appropriately in that. And these instruments, or this funding, or these interest rate instruments, and the funding associated with it, has been part of what we call a project factory in the company, led by the CFO. Each and every individual was making sure that each and everyone manage their budget lines in terms of what they are doing, to make sure that we meet our the cash interest cover ratio, we meet our EBITDA levels, and we make sure that we don't breach the covenants with financial institutions where we've borrowed money from.
So the first two swaps, Mr. Ramosabudi, were with Nedbank as Transnet's direct counterparty. Are you aware that Nedbank had back-to-back swaps in relation to these swaps?
Regiments were doing the transactions, and I just know that the counterparty between with Transnet is Nedbank.
So you didn't know that Nedbank had mirror image swaps with another party?
And that's what happens in the market, Chairperson.
Yeah,
If
well,
they've done so.
But can I tell you the peculiarity of this mirror image swap? Not quite a mirror image, because 3 basis points stayed with Nedbank. This back-to-back swap was with the Transnet Second Defined Benefit Fund. Do you know who that fund is?
I know the fund, Chairperson.
And do you know who was representing the Transnet Second Defined Benefit Fund on this transaction?
If I recall, the chairperson, I think, was Shane.
Yes, you're right, the chairperson was Shane. But who were the fund managers who did these back-to-back swaps?
It's regiment fund managers.
Regiment fund managers, you're correct, yes. So regiments were representing the one party on the side of the back-to-back swap, and regiments were also representing Transnet. Do you know that regiments fund managers took, in the course of the 4 swaps, 229 million out of the pension fund to pay for this fee that was to go to regiment's capital, according to Transnet?
I don't know.
You didn't know that? Well, I can tell you that they did, and that they settled litigation last year where they were forced to pay that back, as well as a bigger amount which they had misappropriated in the course of bond churning transactions around these swaps. But for now, I want to raise one second last point with you. Can you go to page 589?
Maybe before we go there, Chairperson, may I ask you a question? Because
Sorry?
before he goes to the next page,
Yes.
may I ask you a question?
You want some clarification?
Yeah, just need clarification.
Yeah, what clarification would you like?
Is when a transaction is done, shouldn't there be a fee? Because I'm just wondering whether there's a certain percentage of a fee that was supposed to be earned. Because I'm questioning myself whether this transaction that were happening, is the fee, was it not supposed to be earned? Or was it a relatively number that was supposed to be earned, which was not that?
Of course, you were involved and none of us were involved.
No.
I think, continue, Mr. Chaskason.
Well, let me ask you another question. Are you aware that this fee that your memo thought was going to go to regiment's capital, the 229 million present value, was actually paid in its entirety to Trillion and Albertine and not to regiment's capital?
I don't know that.
You didn't know that. Can I ask you to go to page 589? Do you recognize the letter on page 589?
Yes, I do recognize it.
It's a letter that you wrote to Mr. Moss Brickman of Nedbank.
Yes, I did.
And it says, in terms of the interest swap transactions entered into with Nedbank on or around 8 March 2016, and would that be the second tranche of these 4 tranches of interest swaps? Let me make it easier for you.
I remember this.
Yes, so it is the second tranche of the interest swaps.
Yes, I remember.
Transnet is aware that these trades were priced at a pure mid-market rate of approximately 11.42% NACQ. Our team is further aware and agree that these trades were executed at a level of 12.37 NACQ, which results in a difference of 95 basis points over mid-market value. Can you explain to the Chair what that means?
Yes, Chair. If you recall on Danny's memo, he said the interest rate swap will come at a cost of 200 basis points. And I said, no, we have achieved less than 200 basis points. So it means we did well. So now the interest rate swap have come at a cost of 95 basis points, 0.95% instead of 2%. So in this case, it means we relatively achieved better than what at the time Danny was expecting from the market forecast.
What's mid-market value?
Mid-market value is, you take the offer and the bid price, the two divide by 2, and then you find the mid price.
Yes, and your price is 95 basis points worse than that mid-market price, isn't it?
Which, worse is a difficult weight to use. It came above 95 basis points to the mid-market level.
Why do you think Moss Brinkman wanted you to write a letter like this?
I don't know.
Can I put it to you that he wanted a letter like this to protect him because people would ask questions about a swap that was priced at 95%, at 95 basis points over mid-market value, and he wanted confirmation that Transnet was aware that this was the case and agreed to it.
He didn't share that with me.
We may have that opportunity. Mr. Ramos-Abudi, we've got to get back to...
We are at 7:15.
Chair, we have one, just this document that's come, and then
Okay.
I must, it has been a long day.
Okay, no, that's fine.
And Mr. Ramos-Abudi, here is your submission that you presented to the board. And the explanation for the 82 million fee appears, it's going to be page 4, although it's not legible on my copy. It's at paragraph 27. Can you go to paragraph 27?
Maybe so that we don't forget, Mr. Chaskasan, maybe we should admit this and put it in the bundle before we forget.
Yes, Chair.
Maybe they will still make holes, but let's admit it.
And I forget where we are in terms of annexures, Chair. This will be VV 4 point something, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe will your junior check, and then when you are finished with the questions, they can tell you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you go to paragraph 27, Mr. Ramos-Abudi?
I'm on paragraph 27, Mr. Chairperson.
And here is the motivation. It says, savings achieved by securing club loan at 52.5 basis points, including cost, cheaper than at the equivalent dollar funding from China Development Bank. And you've said that's 418 million. And if I recall correctly, that's the apples and apples comparison, is it not?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. And then there's the apples and oranges calculation underneath, which is saving achieved by securing club loan at 100 basis points, including cost cheaper than the equivalent dollar funding from JP Morgan, which has now been inflated to 796 million and has also had some fees thrown in at 24 million. Do you know how we got to 796 million on this number?
I can't remember. I was not working alone on this submission.
But you do remember it's an inappropriate number because it's apples and oranges. Mr. Ramos-Abudi?
Yes, from the previous submission, yes.
Yes. But it's that number that's used after the addition of 24 million in fees. Do you know why 24 million in fees was added here? Wasn't the very point about JP Morgan that their fees were going to be included in the spread of their rate?
I can't recollect.
If you go back to those memoranda and Eddie Thomas's question, I think you'll find that JP Morgan's fees were going to be included in the spread. It was going to be a cost of, do you recall, a cost of financing or cost of funding?
It couldn't have worked. It couldn't have worked.
The JP Morgan?
There was no way that that fee could have been included in the rate because funding and fees were coming from different sources. Funding was going to be syndicated from some other people. And the fee that JP Morgan was charging was from somewhere else. So when you pay A, you can't pay simultaneously with B. So this was going to be an upfront payment of 24 million, and those was going to be payment as per the schedule of payment until the loan matures. It couldn't have worked.
Wouldn't have worked. But in any event, it was an apples and oranges comparison, wasn't it?
And that's what the supplier, brought to us. They said, no, don't forget that.
Sorry, that's what the supplier?
They said, don't forget what we save you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're there to look after Transnet, not to look after the supplier, are you not?
Precisely.
Yes.
But the numbers talks.
Yes, but the
I
number
couldn't
that
argue that.
the number that you said was the correct comparison.
They argued with me, together with the team that I was presenting this, through a self-chairperson.
Yes, but when we talked earlier about apples and apples and apples and oranges, the number that would have been appropriate would have been the 418 million.
I think, Chairperson, you understand my position where I was. I came with a point of comparing apples with apples, but ultimately they were not happy with what I presented. And those people that were working with me, we concluded this thing.
Well, I think Mr. Chaskalson wants to, effectively, what he's saying is, earlier you had said this is comparing apples with oranges. How come you now have no problem with comparing apples with oranges? Mr. Chaskalson, do I represent?
Absolutely, Chair, yes.
That's the question.
You are right, Chairperson. And it's precisely the position I took initially. You have seen when they came up with 776 or 763 million. I said it can't work. Where I know we need to move from a point of comparing apples with apples. But then they said, but these are the elements that we have saved you from. And I was not alone on this particular matter.
So does that mean that because of what they said, you are prepared to compare apples with oranges instead of sticking to comparing apples with apples?
No.
Does
My
mean-
position was, from the beginning, was to compare apples with apples. And I achieved that.
Yes, but Mr. Chaskalson says what you have on this document, which I think you said was your final document, reflects in this regard a comparison, comparing apples with oranges. Are you saying that's not the case? I thought you considered that.
That we achieved, because I did that. I came with that position. I achieved that. But this memo was not compiled by me alone. And the discussion between regiments and Trillion and Transnet at the time was not, because it was not driven from my point alone.
Mr. Chaskalson?
Chair, I can't take that point any further, but I do want to make the observation that nowhere in this document is anything about the black-owned status of Trillion mentioned. Can I assume then that you wouldn't have told the BADC that Trillion was black-owned?
As I said in the beginning, Chairperson, I said I presented what was written in the document. If it was not in the document, it means I did not present that.
So we'll have to ask one of those 4 BADC members where that came from. Chair, I'm right at the end. I think, in fairness to Mr. Ramosabudi, I do have to put some of the adverse submissions that I will be making at the end. And Mr. Ramosabudi, I don't enjoy doing this, but I have to put to you that I will be submitting at the end of the commission that you were guilty of corruption in your dealings with Nedbank at AXA, in your dealings, sorry, take that back, I must apologize to Nedbank for that, in your dealings with regiments at AXA, in your dealings with regiments at SAA in relation to the tender for working capital management. And at Transnet, Mr. Ramosabudi, I have to put to you that you were grossly negligent in relation, you were at best grossly negligent in relation to your conduct relating to the funding for the 1064 locomotives. Do you have any response to that?
Chairperson, I don't think so. I absolutely don't think so. My submission and my response is very clear. There could have been no negligence whatsoever at Transnet. My delegation of authority stipulate exactly my limits in terms of what I can, what I cannot do. The risk management policy that I was following for any transaction that we were doing, I follow it to the T. For all the transactions that I've done, I did not breach my responsibilities and accountabilities. I don't understand the conclusions or the inferences from what I've been presenting. AXA, I really fail to understand why there was a corrupt relation between me and regiments. I actually am baffled. Where I'm sitting today, I'm baffled now. Regiments came in AXA in 2006, 2007. I came in AXA in 2007. When they wanted to do some work, read the mandate that they purport that they had, I myself said, I don't have that capacity to do that with you. Came in the FD on a particular date which I could remember till today. They came in the office of the FD. It was a Tuesday of April after the Monday of Easter Monday. I was coming from Limpopo. My secretary, I had a meeting with my FD at 10 o'clock. When I was supposed to have a meeting with the FD at 10 o'clock, and then she tells me that they have meeting with people from Treasury. I went to the office, and then the secretary says she has a meeting with these people. It was regiments. And I said, okay, I'll wait when they finish. I went to the office, and then I asked, why do we have meetings with people when we have got time for 10 o'clock without telling me that, don't worry, we'll postpone our meeting? She said, that's not it's none of our business. And we have got issues with you on these particular issues, and you will cooperate with those people. How do I, from that type of a relationship, do I have a corrupt relationship with regimes? The fact that I did not respond on question doesn't necessarily mean that I'm guilty of charge. Not at all. Similar to SAA, I cannot go on, Chairperson. I think we have a whole day here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions, and thank you for staying late.
Okay, all right. I see your Julia wants to give you something there.
Sorry, Chair. The final submission can be VV 4.4, Chair.
The document that Mr. Ramosabudi handed up will be admitted as Exhibit WV 4. And then your team will...
4.4, Chair.
4.4. 4.4. Your team will then put it in the right place and paginate it appropriately. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Counsel for the witness, did you intend re-examining or not really?
I did not intend to, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you. Mr. Ramosabudi, thank you very much for availing yourself. I'm going to excuse you now. Should a need arise for us to ask you to come back, we will ask you, but hopefully it won't be necessary. Thank you very much. You are now excused. Thank you. Thank you to everybody, including the Witness Council, for cooperation for us to sit till late. Thank you to you, Mr. Chaskalson, and your team, and to everybody for being able to work till this time. Thank you very much. Next week, this is just for the benefit of the public. Next week, on Monday, I will hear Minister Godan will be cross-examined by counsel for Mr. Moyana, and then I'll hear some witnesses connected with SARS for most of next week. I think on Friday, Mr. Chaskalson is a witness that is connected with money flows, but will be led by Ms. Hofmeyer.
Chair, no, but if maybe you and I can have this conversation.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. Okay, no, that's fine. We can talk about it at the right time. I just thought I didn't want to misrepresent that all the evidence I will be hearing is SARS related in case on one day it's not SARS related.
Yes, Chair, I would happily take Friday,
Yes.
but I need to speak to you about it.
Okay, no, that's all right. Okay, we are going to adjourn for the day. We adjourn.